Hello, my spookies. It's your narrator, Enrique Couto here, with a very, very big Christmas gift for you weary travelers. If you need something to enjoy while you toil away as you head into the holidays, whether it's preparing for the holidays or working extra hours, I want to make sure there's something spooky for you to enjoy, and this is a massive compilation right here. These are the 3 Christmas novellas we put out last year. It's over 4 hours of holiday horror fun for you to enjoy, written by Rob Fields, taking place in our Strickfield universe. And believe me, it's a lot of fun, so whether you've heard these before and you want to refresh your memory, or they're brand new to you, kick back and enjoy. Now let's start where many Christmas seasons often do. At the shopping mall, where things are getting interesting. The Mall Overnight by Rob Fields. Prologue. Just outside the Strickfield village limits, in an old mansion that was thought to be abandoned, Vincent Frankenstein was in a third-floor laboratory and examining the humanoid experiment that was secured to a large metal slab. Stevie Quaid, his young assistant, stood ready to do whatever Vincent asked. "Are you sure there's enough sedatives pumping through the creation's body to keep her sleeping the sleep of the dead?" Stevie asked, looking like she hadn't slept in several days. Vincent regarded her. "I'd like to give you an honest answer, but we've seen how she adapts." Stevie groaned and stood in front of him. "I told you, we should have just destroyed her. Did you forget what she did when she got loose 2 years ago at Christmas time? Don't you remember how she wreaked havoc in Strickfield? Remember how she terrorized the mall north of the village? She nearly killed us several times when we tried to stop her." Vincent sighed. "I'm aware." Stevie raised her finger. "And let's not forget how long it took us to actually capture her again. And finally keep her this time." She growled and turned her back to him. "You were the one who put the head of a vampire on her when you built her." She turned back to him, really angry now, and stretched out her fists sideways. "Did it ever occur to you that we'd never be able to destroy her?" Vincent sighed again, acknowledging her. "I haven't forgotten my fatal miscalculation, Stevie." He could see her heaving now. She put her finger in his face. "It took us nearly midway through this last October to finally capture her and keep her. We threw everything we had at that creation. We even tried killing her by using vampire methods. Unfortunately, her monster side renders her immune to all that, even sunlight. We can't even behead her." When Stevie turned her back to Vincent, he came up behind her and put his hands on her shoulders. "I'm quite aware of what the creation has done, my dear assistant. I understand how she's affected your life. I know you wanted to destroy her." "I still do," she assured him. "I'm still surprised you entertained my idea of trying to fix her. Unfortunately, I cannot fix her the way I'd hoped. I wanted to be able to replace her head, maybe just the brain itself, with a more positive one. I truly understand the horror that I've created and will have to live with the consequences of both my actions and hers for the remainder of my days on Earth. Ultimately, we tried doing things your way as well. Even that isn't working." Stevie slowly turned around to face Vincent. They looked each other in the face for a long moment. Ultimately, it was Vincent who concocted the most powerful tranquilizer ever made. It had taken 2 darts filled with it in order for them to finally recapture the creation. The 2 of them turned to the bandaged creation as the powerful tranquilizer continued to be pumped into her system. Ultimately, they agreed that if they could not destroy her, then they would keep her permanently asleep in the laboratory. Vincent could tell Stevie was still very much afraid. "I can keep making the tranquilizer." "You'll have to keep making it stronger and stronger," Stevie told him in a shaky voice. "We've seen how quickly she can recover from both electricity and your previous tranquilizers. I even blew her brains out, literally. And that didn't stop her." Vincent hugged Stevie to him. Stevie came to be with him as a result of the creation's actions. Vincent had bandaged her up and took care of her. Since she had nowhere to go, she ended up staying with him and becoming his assistant. She still wasn't sure that she trusted him completely, but he hadn't turned against her in any way. He seemed to understand the great wrong he had done and regretted it each and every day. If anything, Stevie helped him out of loyalty for taking her in and caring for her. Stevie suddenly gasped, "Vincent! Look!" The creation just twitched. Vincent eased her aside and cautiously moved toward the creation. She had shown fear upon her awakening nearly 2 years ago. Shortly after, she had become angry and broke loose. It was only after seeing that the creation hadn't cast a reflection in a nearby mirror that he realized his great horror in putting the head of a newborn vampire on her. No matter what he had tried in terms of destroying her, it was evidently clear that she would never, ever die. "I think she's dreaming, Stevie," he told her cautiously. "What?" Stevie snapped. Vincent came very close to the creation and watched her. He remembered she couldn't breathe like a normal person since she was undead. The creation continued to move and twitch uneasily as her eyes remained closed in a forced slumber. For a brief moment, her face seemed to convey the same innocence as it had done upon her initial awakening. He wondered if the creation still continued to run on pure instinct. Had she learned anything during her time on Earth? The creation was nearly 2 years old, but she did convey in her own way that she could understand things. The creation had been asleep for several days with a steady flow of the powerful tranquilizer Vincent created, specifically for her. This was the first time she had moved in several of those days. As Vincent moved to increase her tranquilizer intake, the creation suddenly stopped still. Then, her red eyes opened wide immediately. She looked right at Vincent and showed anger. She screamed loudly, then roared as she worked to break the reinforced shackles that held her to the table. "No!" Stevie shrieked. "Please, not again! Stop her, Vincent!" As a precaution, Vincent had the tranquilizer loaded into emergency pistols. He grabbed one nearby and shot her. The creation seemed to become drowsy almost immediately. Vincent shot her a second time, then a third. The creation moaned for a moment. Then she became angry again and screamed. Vincent fired his remaining darts into the creation, but they didn't seem to be having any other effect aside from making her drowsy. Stevie grabbed the other gun and shot up the creation with every dart, only to get the same results. For a brief moment, it seemed that the creation was on the verge of falling back to sleep. Suddenly, the creation broke the restraints on her wrists with one quick upward motion. The remaining restraints soon came apart as the creation finished breaking free. "Oh, please, no!" Stevie cried. The creation was fully on her feet now. The bandages covering her body made her almost look like a mummy. Only her head, hands, and feet were completely exposed. The creation stared at Vincent and Stevie and screamed so loud that they had to cover their ears. "Run, Stevie!" Vincent told her, running her way. The creation started after them, but she stopped and turned in the direction of the door she had escaped the mansion from the first time. Then she saw the nearby window and decided it was a better means of escape. She roared for freedom as she ripped the bars away and escaped through the window. She dropped all the way to the grass below and landed with the grace of a cat. The creation turned and looked upward to see Vincent and Stevie looking down at her. She sneered at them, knowing she had triumphed over them once again. Remembering everything from before, she turned and headed toward the village. The creation remembered to stay off the main roads and not let anyone see her. Vincent would have gotten his answers on how much more intelligent she had become since her birth nearly 2 years ago. The creation at least understood that she needed to stay ahead of Vincent and Stevie and not be recaptured again. Suddenly she remembered that place where she had entered the day after she was born. She made her way to Strickfield Town Center Mall, keeping out of sight as she did.
Shh, it was only the wind. You're safe. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
It was dark when she reached her destination and saw there were hardly any cars in the parking lot. She crossed the lot and came to the loading docks. The lock to the dock door broke instantly when she slid it up and entered. She pulled the door back down and put it back into place. After some minutes, the creation found her way out into the main mall itself. It wasn't as brightly lit as the first time she had entered. Somewhere deep in her mind, she understood the mall wasn't open. Just the same, she herself was inside. The creation seemed to smile when she saw the clothing store nearby. She looked at her bandaged arms and body and knew she wanted real clothes. She walked to the clothing store and pulled up on the gate, breaking the lock to get in. As with the loading dock door, she pulled the gate back down. The creation was pleased at knowing she had the mall all to herself. After looking around and finding some desirable clothes, she began to undo her bandages. The next day, perspective, Madeline Donnerly. Aw, man, how am I always getting myself into these situations? Probably because I'm me and Ariel Mirren's Ariel. Let me tell you what's going on. It's the first weekend in December, right? I'm up in the mouse hole, my bedroom, playing video games. I figured I was entitled to some unwinding after a hardcore Friday and acing 3 tests at school. I'm right in the middle of playing some Donkey Kong on the full-sized arcade cabinet. Yeah, I know. It's an old 1980s retro video game, but I really love playing it. Problem here is I ain't gonna get to play long. Next thing I know, someone's knocking on my door. "It's open!" I call out. My next-door neighbor and my buddy Carter Cross comes in and sees me playing. "Really, Madeline? You have a new sign on your door that says, 'Welcome to the mouse hole'?" "Yeah, I got a little playful with the 3D printer. What's up, buddy?" He sighs. "I think I just saw Ariel Mirren lurking around our neighborhood." I groan and shake my head. "I told you never should have posted that video. You know how Ariel can be when you scorn her." "Yeah, but you know she deserves it," Carter stresses. I stop playing the game and just look at him. "Between you and Ariel, you're both gonna get me in deep, deep trouble." I smirk uneasily. "Or did you forget I'm BFF to both of you?" Now I point at him. "And don't even get me started on how many times Ariel was drilling me about you at her slumber party last night." I fold my arms in front of me. "I told you not to post that video." I walk over to my computer and sit down in front of it. Carter sits next to me. I open up Facebook and see all kinds of notifications for Carter's video, and most of them are Ariel. What happened? Ariel's almost always stuck having to babysit her little cousin Stuart. Here's the problem. Little Stuart's 4 years old and gets into everything. If he can wreak havoc somewhere, he's gonna do it. What's more, Stuart's mom don't really do anything to discipline him. What's sad is he almost always gets dumped off on Ariel. When that happens, Stuart just raises, well, you get the idea. Earlier this week, Carter and me are hanging out at Roth's Rings, a 24-hour donut shop and video game arcade in downtown Village. Carter and me get finished playing some games and we go to the counter. Carter says he'll buy me a cup of Death Wish's Ginger Dead for helping him pass Miss Rodolfi's science test. I'm just getting my cup and ready to savor it when we hear the commotion. Suddenly, little Stuart comes running into the place. Ariel ain't too far behind. "Come back here, you little goober!" Ariel yells. Carter and me are both giving each other weird looks now. Suddenly, little Stuart snatches my coffee and throws it at Ariel. The cup explodes all over her. "Aw, man," I groan. But you just know Stuart ain't done there. When Ariel's about to grab her cousin, he snatches up a slice of pie off of somebody else's plate and smashes it into her face as she grabs him. Wouldn't you know it, Carter got his smartphone out and recorded the whole thing. What can I do? Like I told Carter, I'm best friends with both him and Ariel. Stuart runs around inside Roth's rings and is knocking the little tables down next to the games, many of which have food and drinks on them. Just as Ariel's grabbing and picking up Stuart again, he has a cream-filled donut in his hand and he smashes it right in her face. Anyway, I think you're getting the idea here. When Carter finishes the game, he gives me that look saying he's gonna post it to Facebook. I'm raising my hands in front of me and shaking my head fast. Don't do it, Carter, I quickly tell him. Nothing doing. He posted it. The comment? The little prince treats the princess to some treats at Roth's rings. The look I gave Carter when he did it. No, I wasn't mad. Try scared. I was gonna try not to have to go to Ariel's slumber party last night, but Ariel cornered me at school with Mona Abels and Bailey Downs and told me, "Don't you even think of skipping out of my slumber party tonight, mouse." She was rubbing her hands together. We are gonna have such a nice conversation about Carter Cross, you and me. Like I said, Ariel didn't break me, but I could tell she wasn't finished yet. I know Ariel Mirren, and she never forgives and never forgets when you embarrass her on Facebook like that. Getting back to now, I'm reading all the comments. I ain't gonna list them all here because there are too many of them and there's some choice things I'd rather not repeat here. Okay, buddy, what do you suggest? I ask. Before Carter can talk to me, we hear both the doorbell and some hard knocking downstairs. I know you're in there, Carter Cross! We both hear Ariel yelling. Gulp. I know your parents aren't home, mouse, Ariel continues. I saw Carter come in here. You don't open this door right now, I'll just come on in myself. When neither of us answer, we suddenly hear the lock. Click. I quickly turn to Carter. Ariel found the spare key. She's coming in. I shake my head quickly. Buddy. No way you two are fighting in my house. We gotta get out of here. Close the door. Carter quickly closes the mousehole's door as I'm opening my window. We climb out and hurry down the TV antenna. We quickly get into our garages and grab our bikes. Soon as we're both hitting the road, Ariel's shooting right out my front door. You won't get far! Ariel yells. Carter and me look at each other. Our bikes seem to be just fine. What do you suppose she meant by that? Carter asks. Suddenly, I got a real bad feeling and look over my shoulder. Aw, man! We both turn to see Ariel riding a moped. Since when did she get one of those? Carter gasps. I don't know, I fire back. She's got one now and she's catching up to us fast. We both look at each other and know we gotta lose Ariel. Carter calls over his shoulder. Yeah, princess? Let's see you do some real riding. Carter and me pedal fast until we get to our turn. Then we turn off and ride through Gunter Square, a park not too far from our houses. Ariel continues to follow. Yeah, riding through flat grass ain't gonna stop a moped. Once we're out of the park, we pedal fast and come to another turnoff where we know Ariel can't follow. Carter and me are doing some stunt riding on our mongooses. I actually snicker a little when I'm thinking about how I'd rather be driving a real car like I did on Halloween night when we were facing down the ghost of Abigail Tomlin. After a few twists and turns, we both come out on another road. Looks like we lost her, Madeline, Carter said. Then my mousy sense, my tummy, starts aching again. I look over my shoulder. Wrong! Carter looks where I'm looking. You gotta be kidding me. Let's move, I say. Yeah, you just keep riding your little bikes, Ariel yells. You'll never lose me. We keep doing our stunt riding and put distance between us and Ariel, but somehow Ariel keeps sticking with us. I think it's safe to say she knows Strickfield just as good as we do. Man, that girl never gives up, Carter complains when Ariel finds us again. Told you never should have put that video on Facebook, I tell him again. Then I see the road ahead. I think I got a foolproof plan to lose Ariel this time. Carter knows what I'm thinking. The old Railroad Street Bridge. Let's do it. Carter and me pedal fast and soon reach the downward slope. We both jump the little hill and are riding on the concrete angle. Before long, we're off it and riding right beside the Castalia River. We can ride to Indian Hollow Road, Carter says. I quickly tap his shoulder and point upward. Ariel's riding on the upper part of the hill by the railroad tracks. She's waving to us to let us know she's still here. I can't believe this, Carter groans. What do we got to do to lose her? I've got one more plan, I tell him. It's gonna be a long shot. Carter and me keep pedaling until we're going underneath the Main Street Bridge. I quickly jam on my brakes. Carter does the same. Then he sees me turning around and follows me. We're pedaling in the other direction now. Then I remember the part of the Castalia River that's shallow. We get off our bikes and get across the river fast. Once we're on the other side, we get back on our bikes and pedal fast again. We ain't hearing Ariel's moped now. You think we lost her? Carter asks. I shake my head. I ain't saying nothing till I'm sure. We skip coming back up at Old Railroad Street and keep going until we reach University Avenue. We take a few of the trails made by bikes like ours and soon come back up onto the road. No sign of her, Carter says. Suddenly we hear that sound and realize Ariel's caught up to us again. Oh man, we are so dead.
There's more scares where that came from. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Perspective, Carter Cross. Madeline and I both look to see a dirt bike speeding right past us. We both breathe easy knowing Ariel Mirren ain't nowhere around. Looks like we're gonna be okay, I say. Madeline gives me that look now. So now what, buddy? She asks in her mousy voice. We're riding for a little bit before I tell her what I'm thinking. Well, I'd say going back to either of our houses is out. What's to say Ariel won't be waiting for us there? Well, we can't stay out here all day, she says. And not just 'cause it started drizzling. It's cold out here. We could go to the mall, I throw out. I don't think Ariel's gonna find us out there. Not an actual guarantee, Carter, she sighs. Okay, we'll go to the mall. I gotta get something hot to drink, coffee or a hot chocolate. I'll pay, Madeline, I tell her. I'm really sorry you got in trouble with Ariel. That wasn't supposed to happen. She gives me her usual smirk that says, we're still buddies. Then she says, just give me an invitation when you and Ariel get married after you graduate high school. I groan and point a shaky finger at her. You always gotta go there. Come on, buddy. This is me you're talking to here, Madeline tells me. I know you really like Ariel. I mean, you got her pic on your phone. And I'm pretty sure she likes you too, so why don't you just ask her out? I shake my head. It's one thing for me to like Ariel, but I ain't giving up to her. She can call herself the queen bee at Strickfield Junior High all she wants, but I ain't bowing to her. I can't believe she's got everybody else doing things for her. Then she expects me to fall in line and go along with it? Not happening, Madeline. At least now I'm not alone. But you still like her, she states. Okay, yes, I like her, okay? I point at her. Just don't be telling everybody about it. I don't think I gotta. I'm pretty sure everybody in our group knows. No, I didn't tell them. Again, just ask her out. I'm sure she'll say yeah. I shake my head. You think Princess Ariel's gonna want to go on a date with me after that video I posted of her? Way I'm seeing it, buddy, Ariel ain't gonna stop until she's caught up to you for that video. Maybe she didn't get you now, but we gotta go back to school on Monday. Guess I got 2 days then, assuming she don't catch up to me before that. Madeline and I make it out to Strickfield Town Center Mall. We chain up our bikes and head inside. You'd think they'd have the Christmas decorations up by now, I say. I mean, don't they usually have them up by Black Friday? Madeline points in a few places. They got some up. They also got a Santa house in center court, like they do every holiday season. You're right, though. How come they ain't got a lot of decorations up? Madeline and I walk the mall. November and December are the 2 months out of the whole year that our mall looks like a grand opening. I mean, nearly every store is filled and open. There are also a lot of kiosks set up. Before and after those months, the mall maybe has 1/4 of the stores and a lot less foot traffic. People keep saying it's going to close up for good, but it hasn't yet. Then Madeline and I see a woman who owns the mall herself, Harmony Mirren. She's standing over at center court and greeting the kids to let them see Santa Claus in his house. She really doesn't look that old, like she's not too long out of high school. I know she inherited the mall from her parents and has a little baby girl of her own. I wonder what relation she is to Ariel. Madeline and I reach center court where the food is also located. We go into Caffeine Junction and get in line. That's when I start laughing. What's so funny? Madeline asks. Being in here's making me think of Roth's rings, I snicker. Come on, you thought it was funny too. Watching little Stuart Mirren at his worst? I mean, it was like watching a cartoon. Madeline does laugh a little. Then she says, you know, at the same time, I feel sorry for Ariel having to get stuck with him all the time. I know he really does drive her crazy. When it's our turn to order, I get a hot chocolate. Madeline orders that Death Wish gingerbread coffee. I pay for both of us. As soon as we get our drinks, we head back out into the mall. Carter! Maddie! We hear someone calling out. We both turn around to see Richie Horton and Brian Chunk. Horton! Chunker! What's going on? I ask. Horton and I are just hanging out today, Chunker says. Chapman's doing stuff with his mom and dad. We're supposed to meet up with him later. He's the husky guy who's always wearing cargo pants and an open Hawaiian shirt over a black t-shirt. I didn't want to stay at home, so I texted Chunker, and here we are, Horton says in his squeaky voice. He's the really skinny kid with the circular lens glasses. Suddenly, Madeline grabs my wrist fast. I'm about to ask her what's up when I see where she's pointing. Now the four of us are looking right at Ariel Mirren, who's now got her eyes locked right on me. Ariel points right at me and smiles sweetly as she's approaching us. Soon, she's right in front of me. Hi, Carter. You really should just lay down right here. Her face suddenly turns monstrous. Because you are so dead. Perspective. Ariel Mirren. I've got Carter Cross dead to rights now. I've got to hand it to them. Losing me the way they did, I'm guessing Mouse was probably the one who came up with that plan. As far as I'm concerned, she's guilty by association. That means she's getting hers too. Ariel, there's plenty of security guards here, I hear Mouse say. I point right at her while I'm still looking at Carter. I'll be with you in a moment, little Mousy. There's already 2 mall popos looking our way, guys, Richie Horton squeaks. I'd rather not have to explain to my mom why we got busted if it's all the same to you. When Carter tries to slip away from me, I quickly get right back in front of him. You have no idea how much I'd like to kill that little goober of a cousin I have. But when you record videos of me and the goober and post them to Facebook. Oh, no you don't. This time Carter tries pulling that trick that Mouse pulled on Halloween night. Mouse tends to drop to the floor and then move in between my legs to escape. In fact, that's how she escaped from my sleepover last night. Problem is, Carter telegraphed it. Also, he's nowhere near as small and thin as Mouse. I get on Carter's back. No way, Carter. You are mine. But Carter suddenly surprises me by holding onto my legs and lifting me up. He easily gets back to his feet, and I'm stuck fast on his back and holding on. You're not getting away from me, Carter, I declare. I'm killing you right here and now. You do not get away with what you pulled on Facebook. Gee, Princess, are you putting on weight? Carter sneers. Must be all those pies Stuart's been feeding you. A few more and you can join the guys' wrestling team at Strickfield High. I growl and grab 2 handfuls of hair. Guess I'll start with you. Carter groans. Get off me, Princess. Go on back to your castle inside your wall and leave us peasants in peace. Guys, come on, those guards are really looking our way now, Mouse calls out. And then I feel arms moving around my waist. I cry out when I'm being pulled away from Carter and know Brian Chunks got a hold of me. After he sets me down, I quickly turn around to confront him. Chunker points right at me now. That's enough, Ariel. We got all kinds of security guards looking right at us. And Horton's right. I know I don't want to be explaining to my parents why we got arrested here. I put a finger of my own in Chunker's face. You do not ever touch me, fat boy. Chunker shakes his head. You do know I'm not afraid of you, right? Then I give him my wicked smile. You should be. Or did you forget I'm Ariel Mirren? Chunker raises his hand in front of him. Okay, you're right. I need to learn my place, right? That's what you keep saying. Suddenly, he grabs me and holds me to him. Run, you guys, go! Let go of me, Chunker! I yell when I see Carter and Mouse running for it. You guys, the Malpopos are on us now, Horton warns us. Chunker lets go of me now. My fists are tightened. Then I growl and point right at Chunker. Oh, you! As I'm ready to vent my anger and frustration with one of my trademark screams, Chunker quickly grabs my hand and holds it. I'm really growling now, and I'm ready to claw at him. Listen, Ariel, how about I take you to the food court and buy you a Coke? Chunker asks. And just like that, I'm not even mad at him anymore. All right, I reply. Just as the security guards are almost on us, Chunker raises his hand. It's okay, I'm just taking my girlfriend to the food court. She's having a really bad day. The guards look at each other. Then one of them says to us, We've already got enough on our plates here with it being a Saturday in December. Be respectable while you're here. Got it? Yeah, we got it. Chunker quickly agrees. We start walking away from the guards. You don't make good on that Coke, and I'm gonna claw your eyes out. Then Carter's. I tell him on no uncertain terms.
You're not safe yet. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Now I shove Chunker, and how dare you call me your girlfriend? Hey, the guards believed it, didn't they? Chunker stresses. Then I realize Chunker's holding my hand. You're skating on very thin ice with me. The next thing I know, we're at Scotto's Pizza in the food court. Large Coke, please, Chunker tells the cashier. Before long, Chunker lets go of my hand and gives me the drink. I pop the top and drink that sweet, bubbly slice of heaven. Then Horton gives me a weird look. Why do you like Coke so much? I stop drinking and look at him. Because Mom never lets us have anything other than diet soda at the house. That's why I'm always sneaking off to drink the regular stuff. Or steal Carter's. I take a few more drinks and look back at Chunker. Okay, I guess you get to live. Geez, Ariel, not even so much as a thank you? Chunker says. I look him in the eyes now. I think I'm going to call this a respect offering. You, Carter, Bill Chapman, and this beanpole here have yet to show me respect at my school. Chunker laughs a little. It ain't your school. Now, I know I can say we respect you as a person, Ariel, but we're not going to call you the Queen Bee. Horton raises his finger. And you're not going to order us around either. I look from one to the other. You two are going to know your place at my school one way or another. Ariel Renaissance Mirren, a voice I'd really rather not hear today, calls out. Chunker, Horton, and I turn and see both my mom and Aunt Margaret. And then my stomach drops when I see my aunt has Stuart in her arms. What do you want? I ask Mom. She points right at me. I want you to always have your phone turned on. I should never be directed to your voicemail. Then she snatches up my Coke. And I told you, you are never to drink these. This is how you put on weight. Do I look like I need to be on any kind of diet? I fire back. Now Mom points to Chunker and Horton. Go away. But I turn and grab both of their wrists. No, these two are my friends, so they're staying with me. And then Aunt Margaret sets Stuart down right next to me. That's fine. The three of you can keep an eye on your cousin then, she says in the absolute most snooty voice I have ever heard from a Mirren. I shake my head. You are not sticking me with Stuart again, Margaret. Why can't you keep that rotten goober with you? Aunt Margaret looks like she's ready to rip into me. I'm ready to fight back, but Mom's quick to get in my face. You will be watching Stuart as of right now. Margaret and I have to go to Erie City for an emergency meeting regarding my latest computer game. We'll be gone the rest of the weekend, so you will be keeping Stuart with you and watching him. Do you understand? That's when little Stuart gives me his mischievous look. I look right at Aunt Margaret. I mean it. Take your goober son to Erie City with you. I am not ever watching him again. All he does is get me into all kinds of trouble. Aunt Margaret chuckles. Not my problem as of right now. Then she gives me a scornful wave and sings, Ta-ta. No! I scream behind them. I want to run after them, but little Stuart's already running away from me. I growl and turn to run after him. You stop right there, you little goober! I can hear Stuart laughing. He really knows how to get under my skin, and he's only 4 years old. Stuart is moving through the crowds of people. I'm trying to get around them to get to my latest problem. Seriously, why do I always have to get stuck with Stuart? Mom and Aunt Margaret both know he gets under my skin in the worst way, and they don't care. Stuart continues to laugh as he keeps moving. I'm growling as I keep trying to move around people to get to him. How can these people not see that goober? I'm almost on Stuart when some idiot crashes into me and knocks me down. Watch where you're going, kid, I hear the person say. Oh, now I'm really mad. I really focus and get around all these shoppers. I'm almost on Stuart again when I finally grab a hold of him and lift him off the floor. He turns and bashes me in the head with something that explodes all over me and gets me wet. My eyes are burning right through Stuart now. I hate you, you little... Lately, it just never fails. Somehow he keeps managing to douse me with pop. Stuart points right at me and laughs, his evil little kid laugh. If he were in his terrible twos, I suppose I could be more understanding. But he's 4 years old. I'm holding Stuart right where I can look at him face to face, and I'm about to find out that I've underestimated him. Again. The goober laughs his evil laugh again, and then spits a wad of gum right in my eye. I cry out and almost drop him. He manages to slip out and climb down my body to the floor. He's off and running again. Oh, you! I really don't care who hears me as I belt out another one of my blood-curdling screams. I'm way beyond mad right now. When I stop, the pain in my eye registers as I'm holding my hand there. You better go after your brother, kid, some idiot shopper tells me. I don't even look at the person as I point their way. You can just shut up! So I'm chasing little Stuart around the mall again. He leads me right to the end of the mall where the Best Buy is. And then, that's when I see Carter and Mouse, sitting at the fountain. My eye doesn't hurt as much right now, but at least both of them are working to where I can see Stuart running around the fountain and Carter pulling his smartphone out. No doubt he's planning on recording me and my troubles with my goober cousin again. Don't you even, Carter, I yell. I will kill you for sure and not think twice about it. Carter quickly gets up. Mouse is trying to tell him not to do it. He's recording a new video now. Hey, Princess, I think I'll call this one, Mall Santa Tells Princess Ariel She's Been Naughty and is Chasing Down One of His Elves. I tighten my fists and belt out another scream, which lasts much longer than the first one. I'm not even aware that I'm running right at Carter when I'm screaming. In fact, I can't hear much of anything. and all I'm seeing is red when I crash right into Carter and take him right into the fountain.
Are you afraid? Good. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. Aw, man. You just knew something like this was gonna happen. Carter and Ariel both splash right into the fountain just outside of Best Buy. I managed to catch Stuart and lift him up. He laughs a real mean laugh and points right at Ariel. Aw, come on, why you gotta be so mean, little guy? I ask. Just then, Horton and Chunker show up and see Carter and Ariel splashing around in the fountain. These two ain't even trying to get out. Ariel's grabbing at him and throwing him into the water. Then she jumps on him. They both go under the water again and come back up. Horton leans in. Hey, Malpopos are coming this way! Lots of them! Just stop! Chunker yells. But Ariel and Chunker don't even hear him. They just keep having their water fight. I'm gonna kill you, Carter Cross! Ariel belts out. Chunker reaches into the fountain to try and grab Ariel, but she slips out of his hands and jumps right at Carter again. Get off me, you spoiled brat! Carter belts back. And then I see Horton seeing a good 6 security guards coming our way. But it's what Horton didn't see that's got my tummy feeling like lead. When I see her coming with them, you just know things are going to be a whole next level of bad. Horton and Chunker both see Harmony Mirren with them too, because they're yelling for Carter and Ariel to stop. Aw, man, I never knew feelings were this bad between Carter and Ariel. Even I'm trying to tell them to stop and why, but they just keep jumping on each other and throwing each other into the water. Now we finally stop yelling at Carter and Ariel because it's too late. Harmony Mirren and the guards are here. That's when I feel Stuart pull my beret off my head. I quickly turn to the little guy and put it on his head. You can keep it on if you behave. Stuart laughs happily now. Guess I ought to be so lucky this little guy always minds me when he's with me. Hopefully I ain't assuming nothing when I say I think he likes me. Harmony Mirren don't even look mad when the security guards grab hold of Carter and Ariel and yank them out of the fountain. Water's just dripping off them and all over the floor. Now, why am I worried about Harmony Mirren? Not only is she the owner of this mall, she's also one of the absolute meanest Mirrens I know. Harmony claps her hands together once. I'm so happy you two love playing together in one of my fountains. Then her fake happy tone quickly turns sour, fast. Bring them to my office yesterday! And before anybody can even so much as take a breath, Harmony points right at the rest of us. I want them too. Bring all these brats to my office. What? Chunker protests. We were trying to stop them, lady. Harmony points right at him. Save it, fat stuff. A security guard moves behind Chunker. Move it, kid. Just as another one's about to grab Horton, he raises his hands in front of him. Okay, I give up. I'm coming along quietly. Then Harmony Mirren points right at me. You too, Velma Dinkley, and bring that little rugrat with you. Aw, man, I mutter. Oh, I'm gonna love explaining all this to Mom and Dad. I'm sure Harmony Mirren's gonna call the cops and have us all arrested. Yeah, Harmony's all nicey nice to the customers, but you get caught doing something you shouldn't be doing in her mall. Aw, man. Yeah, this ain't gonna end well. Perspective, Brian Chunk. I keep telling the lady who owns this mall that Horton, Maddie, and I were trying to break things up between Carter and Ariel. She just keeps telling me to shut up and move. My guess is she's gonna call our parents. No, back up. She's gonna call the cops first, then call our parents. I ain't worried about my own parents. All I gotta do is just explain to them what happened and things should be okay at my end. I'm more worried about Horton, though. I'm surprised his mom's still letting him hang out with everybody, especially after we were gone for a whole year. What with everything that happened with Abigail Tomlin's ghost. Oh, Horton's mom wanted to keep him in the house forever and ever once we all came back home after Maddie and her friends saved us and brought us back to the mortal realm. Horton hardly ever gets confrontational, but he wasn't going to let his mom keep him away from the group. I'm wondering if she'll make good on that, though. If Harmony Mirren calls her up and tells her just what happened. Everybody's watching the guards escort us to the other end of the mall and down a side corridor. Next thing we know, we're turning off and going past a set of restrooms and into the mall office. Harmony Mirren shuts the door and locks it tight. Then she pulls these drapes closed. Finally, she sits down at her desk. Her face is so red now. You just know she's as angry as all get out. Harmony points to Ariel first. Believe me, I know you're my cousin. She points to Stuart, who's standing next to Maddie now. And so's that rotten brat. Now she glares at Ariel. But the fact that you two are family doesn't mean a single thing to me. In fact, I'm going to pick up this phone and call the police and have them come get all of you. She points to all of us as a whole now. Too bad none of you damaged anything in my mall, because I really, really want to press more severe charges on all of you. Before any of us can speak, she points sharply at all of us. Shut up! You do not speak unless I say so, and I did not say so. She clasps her hands together now and smirks. Oh yes, all of you rotten brats belong to me now. She unclasps her hands and picks up the phone. She's about to punch the number for the police. When she hangs up, her smile's really making me feel uneasy right now. I suppose I should actually be thanking all of you from the bottom of my heart that you created a disturbance in my mall today, she says softly. In case you haven't noticed, the mall doesn't look all jolly for the holiday season like it's supposed to. Oh, there are a select few things up and about, like Santa's house, a few scenes, and even some of the Christmas hangings. However, there's still plenty more to do here to make my mall a winter wonderland. Now she's smiling really sweet. Yeah, she's that scary. I think I'm willing to cut you brats some slack this time, she chuckles now. But in no way am I letting you off the hook. Oh no, in fact, I see my Christmas decorations crew right here in front of me. It's very simple, really. You brats get to work the rest of the day and all night finishing up with the Christmas decorations. There are several Christmas trees that have to be placed at precise locations throughout my mall. There are even some scenes that have to be finished. Now, before you decide you're not going to cooperate, that's fine. Harmony puts her elbows on the desk and puts her chin on her fists. I can pick up the phone again, call the police, and have them charge you accordingly. Believe me when I say how much I love watching the police arrest brats who think they can run rampant in my mall. I've already had more than I can count on two hands arrested just this week. If I have to have you brats arrested, then I'm pretty sure it'll be more than I can count on my hands and feet. Your choice. When none of us answer, she tells us, "Oh, you may speak now."
You're not safe yet. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
It wasn't, Horton starts. Harmony points right at him. Save it, wimp. No, you, the fat kid, and the mousy girl weren't fighting. I'm so sure you were trying your absolute best to stop your two friends from fighting in the fountain, weren't you? Harmony shoots up to her feet quickly. But you didn't stop it, did you? She calms down now. The way I'm seeing it, you're all part of the same group. This means you're all guilty as charged. End of discussion. Now you have to make a choice. All I want to hear from the five of you is either you're going to finish with the Christmas decorations or you're not going to help and I can pick up the phone. That's it. Having said that, choices? What about this little guy? Maddie asks her, pointing to Stuart. What about him? Harmony snaps. If you can call somebody to come and get him, then okay. Otherwise, you brats had better keep an eye on him if he stays with you all night. Can we talk about it amongst ourselves? Horton asks. Harmony laughs scornfully. You do not get to make requests, Tentpole. I will not ask you brats again. Your choices now. You all know we're going to choose to stay and put up the rest of the decorations. Splendid, Harmony cries with glee. That's the choice I would have picked myself. And now, Harmony explains what all we're supposed to do. She says that since she doesn't trust us, she herself will be supervising us to make sure we do the job on her level. Turns out her baby is being watched by her other family members, so she doesn't have to worry about getting back to her right away. When she finishes explaining everything, she smiles her devilish smile again. I'm going to have so much fun with all of you, Harmony warns us. Also, if any of you are slacking off or sleeping on the job, I call the police. Don't worry, I'm not a totally unfeeling person. I'll give you all a little break at every hour. I'll even let you have free soft drinks from the food court and feed you when it's time for meal breaks. And if the decorations aren't finished before the morning, then I call the police. Harmony points at Ariel and Carter. I suppose we really should get you two some dry clothes. I'll get you two some overalls to change into while we dry your clothes. She raises her finger quickly. Those of you who have smartphones, call your parents right now and tell them you're spending the night here. When you're done, your phones get locked in this drawer until morning. You're here to work, not play. We're all looking at each other now. I don't know about the others, but I get the feeling we're in for a very long rest of the day and all night. Perspective, Richie Horton. The others are quickly noticing that I'm actually not minding being here so much. Even Harmony Mirren barking orders at us isn't really bothering me. We've been working together at going around the mall and hanging things from giant Christmas ornaments to draping tinsel to even bright and colorful lights. Since the mall's still open, people are seeing us slowly but surely making our way across. We started at JCPenney and are expected to end over by Best Buy. Harmony Mirren has been keeping a watchful eye on all of us. Even Maddie's got little Stuart helping her out with putting the animatronic scenes together. In fact, it was Ariel who advised Harmony that it would be a good idea to let Stuart stay with Maddie to keep him out of trouble. When Harmony sees how Maddie's kind of playing with him to keep him occupied, she starts yelling at her. Ariel quickly comes over to Maddie. If I were you, Harmony, I'd leave Mouse alone. Believe me, you want her keeping Stuart the way he is. But if you insist on being all high and mighty, go ahead and keep getting on Mouse. When Stuart starts running around your mall and getting into everything, don't expect us to stop him. Harmony points right at Maddie. Fine, Ariel. She can entertain the kid. Then she says to Maddie, don't go too far out of my sight. I may need you to be my gopher. Maddie keeps entertaining Stuart. Come to think of it, this isn't the first time we've seen Maddie playing with him. He doesn't seem to like the rest of us, especially Ariel. He really seems to like Maddie, though. He even does what she tells him and doesn't get pouty with her about it. I also recall he's never once said a single word. At 4 years old, I'm sure he can talk. He just doesn't talk unless he has something to say. Probably to his mom. Harmony doesn't seem to mind us talking to each other as long as we're working. Right now, I'm helping Ariel with hanging more tinsel on the ceiling. Chunker's working on getting the rest of another animatronic scene put together. Carter's putting up some more of the Christmas trees that were found in storage. I think Carter and Ariel both look quite obvious in their navy blue overalls. Every now and then I see them giving each other mean looks. When we're at Strickfield Junior High, nearly everybody's quick to step aside for Ariel, even the 8th graders. When it's said that she's the queen bee, it doesn't mean that she literally rules the school. It means she's the most popular girl there. When she does tell somebody to do something, they do it. When I said nearly everybody, the exception is Carter, Chapman, Chunker, and me. And lately it seems Mona Abels and Bailey Downs, the other two girls in our group, aren't so quick to do what she wants these days. We keep working on into the evening and right up until closing. We're nearly halfway through the mall when 10 o'clock rolls around. We've really put up a lot of decorations. Since we have to finish the rest of the mall, that means we've got a lot more. Believe me when I say Harmony hasn't taken her eyes off us for so much as a second. Even when she was looking at her phone, she was still watching us. When Carter and Ariel started sneering at each other a few hours ago, Harmony told them to get back to work. Maddie and Stuart are back with sodas on a tray for everybody. She goes around and hands everybody one. I'm surprised Maddie's been able to keep Stuart occupied for as long as she has. When Ariel tried to tell him to do something a moment ago, he nearly threw his soda at her. Maddie stopped him and told him he'd get thirsty later. Again, he listened to her. Harmony lets us take a break to enjoy our sodas. When you finish your break, get some more Christmas decorations out and keep going. I'm going to take Madeline and Stuart with me and make sure the entrances are locked up tight. She points sharply at the others. And if I come back and see you're slacking off... Harmony gets on her golf cart, letting Maddie and Stuart sit up front with her. Then they take off to go check the entrances. Like I figured, Ariel and Carter start going at each other again. I hate you, Carter, she snaps. He points right at her. Hey, I wasn't the one who wanted to fight in one of the mall fountains. That was all you. She gets up and goes right to him. Because you have to film me in the goober on your phone and post it on social media, letting everyone make fun of me. Because you keep trying to order me around at school, he fires back. Even when we're not in school, you always try to make me do things I don't want to do. You even drink up my sodas. I get that you're filthy rich and your family owns all of Strickfield Commons now, but that don't mean you get to order us around. My school, Ariel growls. That means I run it. Carter stands up. Now he and Ariel are looking each other in the eyes. You'd swear they're getting ready to throw down again, except Chunker comes in between them. That's enough, you guys, he tells them. If Harmony comes back here and sees you two fighting again, there's no telling what she's gonna do. Ariel points right at him. You keep out of this. Chunker turns and looks at her. No, it's all because of you two fighting that we're in this mess. I really don't know what you're trying to prove with saying you run our school. What, are you trying to be a bully? 'Cause that's how I'm seeing you, Ariel. Maybe that's why we scoff at you when you tell us to know our place at school. I'm just saying. Chunker turns away from her and sits back down to drink his soda. Boy, Chunker sure took the wind out of her sails. I mean, she looks pretty sad right now. Then she turns and runs away. Hey, Princess! Harmony's gonna be back in a little bit, Carter calls out to her. But Ariel doesn't look back. I look over at Chunker. Hey, somebody needed to set her straight, he tells me. Then he gets up. Fine, I'll go talk to her again. He gets up and starts walking in her direction. Perspective, Ariel Mirren. I finally stop running when I get to a far corner of the food court and hide out of sight. I sit down and start crying. I thought I was really alone, but then I feel someone's there. I look up and see Chunker. What do you want? I snap. Did you follow me to see me at my worst and gloat? Chunker sits down across from me. Hey, I wasn't trying to cut you down, Ariel. But really, how do you think people at school see you? You know, being the most popular girl at our school doesn't mean telling people what to do. What do you expect me to do then? I ask. I'm Ariel Mirren. Do you have any idea what that means? No, you don't. You don't know what kind of expectations Mom has for me, aside from making sure I'm always there when Aunt Margaret wants me to take care of Stuart. Not only do I have to keep that little goober out of trouble all the time, but Mom expects me to be a dominant in our family. She's expecting me to be homecoming and prom queens when we get to high school, the same as she did. Mom ruled her school with power, so she expects me to do the same. What do you want to do? He asks. I wipe away tears with the back of my hands. I don't know. I do know I'm tired of always trying to please Mom, when I know she'll never be pleased. You're not a Mirren, you'll never know what it's like to have lots of expectations placed on you. Chunker smiles a little. Hey, didn't you stand up to your mom on Halloween night? Maddie was telling us about it shortly after you guys saved all of us from Abigail Tomlin that night. If you don't want to live by your mom's expectations, then tell her that. You're supposed to be a dominant Mirren, right? Then be a dominant Mirren, but be your dominant Mirren. Now I smile at him. You're right, I sigh. I'll share something with you. Sometimes I wish I wasn't a Mirren. If it wasn't for my girls, including Mouse, I think I'd have lost my mind a long time ago. I take his hands. Thank you. Before Chunker can reply back, we both realize we're not alone. At first, we're thinking Harmony found us, but it's some other woman. She looks huge. Her height. I'm thinking she's at least 7 feet tall, which would explain why the clothes she's wearing look like summer clothes. She has on a t-shirt that looks torn at the sleeves and jeans that could pass for capris. She's also barefoot, but what's really scaring the both of us right now is that her skin looks chalk white and her eyes are glowing bright red. We both scream when she shows us her clawed hands and the glistening fangs in her mouth. We get up and run for it. Help! Chunker calls out. Ariel, she's got me! I turn and see that woman. I think she's a vampire, pulling Chunker into one of the double doors beside the pizza place. I duck fast when she throws a big trash can at me with one hand. I'll get help! I call out to Chunker. Then I turn and start running back to where the others are. Perspective, Brian Chunk. I'm trying to break free of this woman who's holding on to me, but she's really strong. If she really is a vampire, I'm gonna be in real big trouble here. Let go of me! I yell. Help! The vampire woman growls as she keeps dragging me along. Soon she opens one of the doors leading to the basement level. I remember we had to go down there to get some of the Christmas decorations. There's also a parking garage under a part of the mall itself. Now the big vampire's picking me up and carrying me downstairs under one arm. I know I ain't no lightweight, but she's carrying me like I am one. I keep calling out for help. I just hope Ariel tells the others what's going on before I end up becoming food for this thing. Ugh. Or she makes me into something like her. Then I remember I was already not alive once before. That time when Abigail Tomlin brought Chapman, Horton, and me to the afterlife a year ago last Halloween. No way I was letting this giant woman turn me into a vampire. Seeing the woman's bare foot, I raise my shoe and stomp down on one of her feet. She growls and stops. That's when I break loose and run. The woman screams now. I don't even look over my shoulder. I know she's after me. I just know I gotta get out of here and get back upstairs to the others. Hopefully Ariel's warned them already. For all I know, they're probably on their way out of the mall. I'm turning the corner to open the door to get back upstairs. What? I quickly yell. That giant vampire woman is right in front of me. Then I remember, vampires can literally warp right in front of you. I quickly slam the door and run to another. Now I hear the vampire woman knock the door away and come out. She screams again, which really sends shivers down my spine. I run to the upward ramp and start making my way up. I hear the giant vampire scream again. It'd be one thing if she hissed or even went bleh, bleh, or something, but screaming like Ariel Mirren when she's mad. Even hearing Ariel scream sends shivers down my spine. But she ain't a giant vampire woman. When I'm about to reach the top of the ramp, I quickly stop when I see she's right there. She looks right at me, and I feel her eyes. I can't move. I can't run. The last, it's glam. Then I think she's lifting me on her shoulders. Can't move.
You're not safe yet. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. I thought it'd be hard trying to keep Stuart occupied all day. In fact, he's sitting on my lap right now. He points at the Christmas displays and is all happy and laughing. Stuart helped me put all of them together. All I had to do was point to what I wanted and he brought it to me. Harmony's just now bringing us back after making sure all the entrances are locked up tight. That's when we're seeing Ariel running out of the food court to the others. Help! She's shrieking. Help! The others are looking at her now. I can tell you Harmony ain't too happy when she pulls the golf cart right up by her. There is no reason whatsoever for you to be carrying on, Ariel, Harmony snaps. There's a giant vampire woman, she tells all of us. She got Chunker. Then she tells us what happened in the food court. I'm not making any of this up, I swear. But I can tell Carter ain't believing her. Suddenly, Ariel comes over to me. She takes my wrist and locks her little finger with mine. Pinky promise. I'm giving Ariel my most serious look right now. You say it's a vampire? Now Harmony grabs my arm. None of you brats are leaving this mall until all the Christmas decorations are put up. You understand me? None of you. I shake Harmony off me. If Ariel says Chunker's in trouble, then I'm gonna go help find my friend. I lift Stuart up and quickly get off the cart. I'm leaving this little guy here with you. You got a baby, right? So you ought to know what to do with Stuart. You stop right there, Harmony yells. I did not excuse any of you. I mean it. I'll call the police and have them here right now. Now I see Horton pointing and gasping fast. Maddie. We're all looking where Horton's pointing. Now Ariel's joining Horton. That's her. That's the big vampire woman who took Chunker. You, Harmony yells at her. I turn to her. You know that vampire woman, Harmony? That's the thing that trashed my mall and attacked my security guards on Christmas Eve 2 years ago. Harmony shrieks. I could never forget that face, that hair, or those eyes. That vampire woman looks like she's got a good 7 feet of height. Her red eyes are glowing bright even in the dark. She tightens her fists and screams. That's when Harmony turns her cart and drives off. Wow. Harmony really drove off and left us here, Horton says. That's a Mirren for you, Carter mutters. Hey! Ariel yells at him. Then she slaps his shoulder. I'm standing right here, you bumpus! Carter looks kinda ready to stick his foot in his mouth. That vampire woman moves really fast because she's almost right on us. Scatter! Ariel yells. Carter quickly takes Ariel's hand as they run one way. Horton turns and runs another way. Then I feel little Stuart pulling on my pants pocket. I pick the little guy up and run in another direction. Wait for me! I hear Horton yelling. Guess he reconsidered which way he was going. Turns out I ain't gotta wait for Horton. He's running so fast his shoes are squeaking on the floor. I gotta quickly stop and put Stuart down. Then I squat. Get on my back, little buddy. Stuart again listens to me and climbs on. I lift myself up so Horton and me can run again. Much easier to carry Stuart on my back than trying to hold him. Can you see her, Maddie? Horton asks. Suddenly, the vampire woman appears right in front of us when she comes out of one of those side corridors, making us both scream. Never mind! Forget I asked! Horton shrieks when we turn around. What's real funny right now is that little Stuart is laughing it up. Yeah, I'm glad you're having fun, little buddy. Hang on! Horton and me scream when we hear the vampire lady shout. Then we round a few of the kiosks and head into the food court. Why are we running this way, Maddie? Horton asks. We gotta find Chunker, I tell him. They both came this way. What's really bad is I ain't even got time to try and find a mirror to summon Mary Worth to come and help us. Aw man, where'd that giant vampire lady come from? I'm almost thinking Lady Dimitrescu escaped from Resident Evil Village. When we're about to turn another corner, we're both screaming again when the giant vampire lady has her hands on our shoulders. "She's flying!" Horton shrieks. "Down!" I yell. We both fall on our bellies and let the vampire lady fly right over us. We quickly get back up. Glad little Stuart doesn't weigh much. The vampire lady lands and points right at us now. "My children." Wow, she don't sound nothing like Lady Dimitrescu. Her voice actually echoes, and her face looks like the original Fright Night poster. Boy, do Horton and me ever scream. I remember telling Ariel Mirren to give me something to be scared about just after we started junior high. If she's seeing me right now, she ain't never gonna let me live this down. Then I stop screaming when I hear little Stuart laughing again. "Oh, you think this is funny?" I ask him. The vampire lady licks her long, glistening fangs. "My children." Horton and me both scream again and run for all we're worth.
The only thing scarier than that is not being subscribed. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
We run out of the food court and down toward JCPenney. We're hearing that vampire lady screaming as she's flying after us again. Really sharp claws outstretched. Hey, as long as Stuart's laughing, then him being scared is one problem we ain't got to worry about. We turn a corner and see an SUV that's being raffled off parked. "I can't run much longer," Horton pants. "Hey, that vehicle's got mirrors. I can call Mary Worth." I never thought I'd ever be so glad I'm possessed by the spirit of a white witch from the time of the Salem witch trials. But just as we reach the SUV, it suddenly comes off the floor. The giant vampire lady's lifting it right above her head. "No! Escape!" she growls. "No way!" Horton squeaks. "Yes way," I squeak back. And then I see the bikes Carter and me rode here, just outside. The only way Horton and me can use them is to... I got an idea, Horton. At first I think about handing Stuart off to Horton, but I ain't sure how he'll behave with him. Nah, I gotta keep this little guy with me. "Hang on, Stuart," I tell him. "What are you doing, Maddie?" Horton shrieks when he sees me running around the vampire lady. Now Horton and me are on either side of her. "Yeah, you keep having fun, little man," I tell Stuart when he's still laughing it up. Now I call out to the vampire lady. "Hey!" She turns around to face Stuart and me. "Bet you can't hit me with that." "Maddie!" Horton gasps. "Really?" Then my plan totally backfires. The vampire lady drops the car so that it bounces on its tires once and remains parked against a wall. Then she snatches Horton by his shoulders and lifts him up. All he can do is smile and laugh a little. Then he waves at her. Hi? "Baby," she says. "Yeah, I'm your baby," Horton quickly agrees, probably hoping she don't lower him down and bite him. Then I see the door on the SUV is open. Hey, that's right. The vehicle was unlocked so people could look inside it to entice them into filling out a raffle card. I inch my way over to the vehicle. Stuart gets off my back and climbs inside. Then I get into the driver's seat. Man, I'm hoping there's keys in this thing. It's gonna be a long shot, but I pull down the sun visor like I did on Halloween night. Nope, no keys. Then my little buddy taps my leg fast. I turn to see him handing me the keys. "Aw, thanks!" I cry, taking him off his hands. Man, I sure hope this works. I put the keys in the ignition and crank it. That's when the giant vampire lady turns and looks right at me. Now I'm feeling a little weird. Then I quickly shake my head. "Oh no way, I'm letting her glam me." "Come on, start, will ya?" I beg the car when all it's doing is cranking. Then I call out the window. "This is the part where you start running, Horton!" He don't need me to tell him twice. And just when that giant vampire lady's almost on me, the car roars to life. Time to play some more Gran Turismo again, just like on Halloween night. Okay, Mousy, time to show this big, ugly vampire some driving skills, I say to myself. When I hear Stuart laughing at all the fun he's having, I know I gotta keep him entertained. I take a deep breath, shift the gears, and floor the gas. The tires are squealing on the floor as I'm backing up. When I'm out in the main area, I shift again and floor it forward. Hang on, little guy. We're gonna get Horton. I just hope I can drive like our lives depend on it. Oh, wait. They do. Perspective. Carter Cross. Ariel and I made it out of the mall itself and make it back to the storeroom where the rest of the Christmas decorations are. After we piled stuff up against the doors, we got our backs to the wall and are sweating as we're catching our breaths. When we're calm enough, Ariel growls her usual growl and slaps me on the arm. Ow! Then I turn to her. What's your problem now, princess? She turns to me and pushes me now. I can't believe what you said about the Mirrans. I was right there. I'm a Mirran. I raise my hands in front of me. Okay, bad choice of words. I'm sorry. To be honest, I wasn't thinking about you when I said what I said. Ariel calms down a little. Really? I sigh. Okay, yes, you're a Mirran, but you wouldn't have left us the way Harmony did. Cut me some slack here. She slaps my shoulder hard again. You don't deserve any slack, Carter. Not when you keep making videos of me and that little goober and posting them on Facebook. And now that we're all here alone, just you and me, we can finish our fight from earlier. We both know you can't outrun me, right? I look her in the face. If we survive this, I'm still not going to treat you like you're the queen when we're back at school. She points right at me. It's my school. Whatever, princess, I snap. Then I turn my back to her. There's just no talking to you. I raise my finger. That's where you show you're a Mirran. It's always your way or no way. Then I see the pop machine with canned sodas and go over to it. I'm surprised they even keep one of these here in the storeroom. Looks like it's working. I dig into my pocket and pull some change out. Next thing I know, Ariel's right there. Can you, I don't have any money on me and my smartphone's still locked in Harmony's desk. Please? Well, I do like it when Ariel says the magic word because she don't say it very often. I plunk in my coins and let her get a Coke. I plunk in some more money and get myself one too. Sodas are like catnip to this girl. And it don't matter how mad she is, just give her a soda and she's calm and happy. Just like that. Ariel looks at me now. You know, when we're at school, you could just bribe me with a soda. I'd probably leave you alone. Ariel and I are looking at each other now. I mean, we just can't take our eyes off each other. This right here is why Madeline gives me a hard time. Not in a bad kind of way, but you know what? I'm gonna do it. I don't care what anybody says. I take a deep breath and just say it. We make it out of this. You wanna go out on a date with me? Ariel don't say anything right away. She don't look like she's mad. She takes a deep breath of her own and opens her mouth to give her answer. Suddenly, that SUV we saw out in the mall that's being raffled off comes plowing right through the doors. All the Christmas stuff we piled up against them just flies everywhere. Ariel looks at me. Is that Mouse driving? Suddenly, that monster's flying right in. I'm quickly shaking up my soda when it grabs Ariel. Just as Ariel screams, I hold my can to the thing's face and pop the top. Soda just squirts out hard right in its eyes. The monster lets Ariel go and screams. Just then, the SUV pulls right up next to us. We can see Madeline's definitely driving just like she did on Halloween night when Abigail Tomlin's ghost was chasing us down at Crybaby Bridge. Horton and little Stuart are in with her. Get in here, Mouse tells us. When I open one of the rear doors, Ariel shoves me in and comes in right behind me. When she pulls the door closed, Madeline floors the gas and drives around the storeroom. Before long, we're back out in the main mall. I can't see her, Horton tells Madeline. Newsflash, you ain't gonna see her in any of those mirrors, she tells him. Vampires don't cast reflections. Ariel gulps and turns around.
Don't go away. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
She nearly got us, Mouse. She just crashed into a kiosk, Ariel shrieks. Yeah, I gotta get us to a mall entrance and drive right through it, Madeline tells her. Then she looks over her shoulder. Unless you don't. You can wreck this whole mall for all I care, Mouse, Ariel tells her. Let Harmony sort it out. If anything, we're saving her life by leading that thing away from here. I love how you think, Madeline says, turning back around and focusing on her driving. When we get to the food court, she hits the brakes and makes a sharp turn. Hey, Harmony's right up ahead, Horton pipes up. Stop! Harmony screams in terror. Her golf cart seemed to have stalled out. What do you think, guys? Madeline teases. Ariel growls again. I'd say just leave her, but... I'd rather not have Krampus visit me on Christmas Eve. Santa could always leave some coal in your stocking, I joke. Or some Diet Coke. Ariel tightens her jaw and slaps my arm again. Shut up. Ow! Easy, princess, I laugh. Madeline hits the brakes. When we're stopped, Ariel and I scoot over and let Harmony come in. When she closes the door, Madeline shifts gears, hits the gas, and backs up. What are you doing, Madeline? I ask. Gotta have momentum to get through those doors, she calls back. When Madeline shifts gears and floors it, Harmony's looking wide-eyed when she sees who's behind the wheel. Wait a minute. There's a kid driving? Pull over. Ariel really growls now and points at her. You just shut up. My little friend up there can drive very well, for your information. Madeline raises her finger. And for the record, we're all teenagers here. She lowers her finger. Okay, maybe not little Stuart. Suddenly, we crash right through the main doors and are out in the parking lot. Harmony yells up at Madeline. You do realize you're paying for all the damage you just... Horton quickly says, we didn't have to pick you up, you know, especially considering how you just left us behind and everything. I mean, if you want to get out... Harmony shuts up fast, but it don't last. Wait a minute. We're not leaving. The mall exit is over there. I know that, Madeline says. We're heading down below to the parking garage to find Chunker. We ain't leaving here without him. She glances back at us. We ain't gonna get that much further anyway. Wasn't much gas in the tank when I started this thing. Harmony leans forward. How about you go get some gas, you squirt? Told ya, we ain't leaving our friend behind. Then she jams on the brakes. When we stop, she looks back at Harmony. You know what? How about you getting up here and driving, lady? Mouse, what are you doing? Ariel chokes out. Let's just go fill the gas tank, then we can come back here and look for Chunker. At least we can get out of here on a full tank. And that's what Harmony's gonna do, Madeline says. I'm gonna go back in the mall and find Chunker. I'm about to tell her how crazy she is, remembering the crazy stunt she tried to pull on Halloween night. I'll come with you, Madeline. She points right at me. Nope, you gotta be a man and protect Ariel. Ariel shakes her head slowly. Madeline, I'll be okay, you guys, I promise. Just go, Madeline insists. When Harmony jumps behind the wheel, she pulls the door shut and floors it. The rest of us are looking back as Madeline heads back to the mall. The next thing we know, Stuart's coming in between us. He ain't laughing and having fun so much now. I think this is the first time Ariel and I have ever seen how worried the little guy looks. Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. I make it back to the mall and start walking into the parking garage underneath. There's cars parked under here. Then I have a thought and look in a driver's side mirror and see Mary Worth looking back at me. Can you tell me where my friend is? I whisper. Certainly, Mary answers. The mirror changes. Turns out I ain't far from Chunker. That giant vampire lady's got him stashed away in the security station down here. Mary's face reappears. Be careful, Madeline. The one who has taken your friend is not far from you. And before I know it, that giant vampire lady is right on me. I hate when vampires can suddenly appear right behind you without warning. No! I shriek when she's picking me up. You are mine, the vampire lady echoes. I squirm and struggle and fight and thrash for all I'm worth. Problem is, this thing is way too strong and I'm just a little mousy. Now the vampire lady turns me around to look me in the face. Hi, I squeak. You're not gonna eat me, are you? The vampire lady pulls me to her and hugs me. Baby. Baby? She thinks I'm her... Oh boy, now she's patting my back. Wait a minute. Now's my chance. I quickly make like a little mousie and start scurrying over the vampire lady's shoulder. She starts roaring as I drop right behind her. I run right to a car and look in the driver's mirror. Mary Worth! Mary Worth! Mary Worth! Mary Worth! When the vampire lady has me again, she's giving me odd looks when she sees light coming out of that car mirror and into me. Soon she's looking right into the face of Mary Worth, who easily passes right through her hands. The vampire lady's real mad now. She tries warping behind Mary, but my ghostly friend only has to float away from her. She utters one of her spells to cause the door to the security station to open up. Chunker suddenly steps out. Oh, thank you. Whoa. Yeah, I guess Chunker still ain't used to seeing Mary. Mary glances his way and utters another spell. A jacket appears on him. You had best leave here. Chunker looks at the vampire lady. She'll just appear and grab me again. Mary faces the vampire lady again. Ah, yes, you are quite right. Mary utters one more spell. When she finishes, the vampire lady suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Her eyes are up in her head now. Then she falls onto her side. What did you do, Mary? I ask her. Mary and I can talk to each other through thinking while she's possessing me. I simply uttered a spell to render her unconscious, at least in her own mind. Mary thinks back to me. She will sleep for a time. We can't just leave her here, I quickly point out. I am aware of this, Madeline. This creation is far too powerful to be contained in a prison. Creation? Now I'm confused. Mary tells me that this scary vampire lady is really a monster right out of Frankenstein. I end up seeing how this monster came to be and what all she did. Then I remember the original story myself. Mary, can you put her at one of the poles? I ask. Maybe if she's there, she can't harm anybody. Mary raises her hands and utters one more spell. This one takes longer this time. When she's finished, the vampire monster's gone. I'm hoping she'll want to stay where you sent her, I say. Perhaps with no one around at the South Pole, she will be at peace, Mary tells me. Now Mary turns to Chunker. Thank you, he stammers. Do not fear, Brian Chunk. Look over my shoulder. Chunker looks past Mary and sees the others are coming back. Mary floats us away and is soon out of sight. We use another driver's side mirror to make a quick switch so I can come back. Now I gotta act like I've been trying to find him. Chunker! I call out. Maddie! We both run to each other and hug. Just then, Harmony Mirren pulls up and sees us. The others get out and come to us too. Then I feel my leg getting squeezed and see little Stuart. Ariel looks at me now. You really did good with that little goober, Mouse. Maybe he's better off letting you babysit him. Then Harmony honks the horn. We all turn to her. Don't even think you're off the hook, she snaps. Do you realize how much damage has been done to my mall and to this vehicle? What damage? Chunker asks. What damage? Harmony shrieks. Then she points to the main entrance. How about the... What? We all look and see the main mall entrance is fully restored. Even the SUV is fixed. Harmony shakes her head. No, 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 she points at me. You drove this vehicle right through it. I shrug. Don't look like it to me. But you drove this vehicle right through it, Harmony repeats. I was sitting in the back seat. Don't know what to tell you, lady. Then Ariel tightens her fists. And we are done when it comes to your mall. Harmony points right at her. Oh no, you are not. You are all going right back inside and finishing with the Christmas decorations. Otherwise, I'll call the police right now. Ariel tightens her jaw now and waves her off. Go ahead and call them then. After the night we've had, I'd say we're done here. Carter stands with her. Also, keep in mind that we saved you earlier, so I'd say that makes us even. Harmony comes right out of the vehicle and tries to get us to go back inside the mall again. Again, Ariel speaks up. We're only going back in to get our phones. After that, we're leaving. When Harmony tries imposing her will on us again, we all come together. Now she's realizing the numbers game. Ariel points to her. Give us our phones back, now, or we'll break into your desk and take them back ourselves. Then I'm feeling something in my back pocket. Whoa, Mary got me my phone back. How did you get that? Harmony demands. I locked all your phones up. Seeing we all got our phones back, I quickly use mine to call home. Mom picks up. We talk for a bit before we hang up. Mom's coming to get us. Harmony tries one more time and pulls out her phone. I mean it! I'll call the police! Ariel again stands up to her. So call them! You heard, Mouse. We're going home. Like Carter said, we saved your life. We're even. Now leave us alone. And then I finally see Stuart has a fountain soda in his hands. Probably got one at the gas station. He walks away from me and heaves it at Harmony. It explodes on her head, making her shriek. Then she looks right at him. You wicked little brat, she yells. And for the first time ever, far as I know, Ariel actually praises her little cousin. Good job, you little goober. Stuart looks up at her and laughs his mischievous laugh. Then Harmony points right at us. You are all barred from my mall. Don't you ever return here again. Fine by me, Horton replies. Won't be much here after the holidays are over anyways. Harmony growls and marches right back inside the mall. It ain't much longer before Mom comes and picks us up and takes everybody home. Epilogue. When Mom pulls up to the gated Mirren community, little Stuart don't want to go. At first he's fighting Ariel, but I quickly tell him, we'll see each other again. That makes the little guy happy enough to where he finally goes with Ariel. Thanks, Mouse. See you Monday, Ariel tells me. And thanks, Mrs. Donnerly. You're quite welcome, Ariel, Mom replies. Later, Ariel, I tell her. Mom finishes dropping everybody off at their houses. Carter and me are the last ones since we live next door to each other. Carter thanks Mom. After we say goodnight, he gets out to head to his back porch. When Mom and I get inside our own house, I yawn. Mom and I say goodnight and head upstairs. It feels good to be back in the mouse hole again. I get changed for bed and hop in. I pick up the mirror I keep on my nightstand so I can talk with Mary Worth. Did you have something to do with fixing up the mall? I ask her. Let's just say that miserly woman cannot hold anything against you, Mary tells me. She shows me the inside of the mall, which is completely decorated the way Harmony wanted it. I smile now. Thanks for getting us out of trouble. Again, what's important is that you remain out of trouble. I doubt that with our track record. Trouble just seems to find us, I say. So it seems. Then I have a thought. Can you show me if that vampire lady's still at the South Pole? Certainly. Mary's face disappears, and the giant vampire lady reveals herself. She seems to be okay with being where Mary sent her. I guess being a vampire or monster or whatever she is, she won't freeze. She just looks like she's lost something. When I'm done looking, Mary's face reappears in the mirror. Mary and I talk for a little bit longer before I feel I can't stay awake anymore. This is a good place for me to say goodbye. Don't worry, we'll definitely be back with some more adventures. And soon. Home Sweet Horror by Rob Fields. Part 1. Bailey Downs. I can't believe I totally messed up on the dates. Good thing Mrs. Emma Gibson from Home Sweet Home Orphanage over in Pendleton called me to confirm. After confirming the date, I realized the upcoming event was for the day before. You see, Mrs. Gibson called me at home a few months back and asked if I wouldn't mind coming to the orphanage in December to help out with the big Christmas event there. At first, I didn't want to. However, after really thinking about it, I reconsidered. Mom and Dad were more than willing to take me to Pendleton for the event. Except now there's a problem. The event is going to be on December 16th, which is a Saturday. I thought it was on Sunday the 17th. When I told my parents about the mix-up, they told me they wouldn't be able to take me on the 16th because they'll both be too busy. Dad's working mandatory overtime at Strickfield Automotive, and Mom's got to deliver mail and won't be done until later in the afternoon. If you can find another way there, Bailey, then you can go ahead and go to Pendleton, Mom told me. Otherwise, you better call Mrs. Gibson back and clear things up. Like I said, I really don't want to do the event, but... Two things. It's a Christmas celebration, so it would be morally wrong to back out. And two, and only a select few people know, I was adopted. I don't know the circumstances to where I ended up at Home Sweet Home, but I do know I was there from when I was a baby and only known as Bailey. I grew up in the orphanage until the day came when Monty and Vera Downs came in looking to adopt a daughter. I was 7 years old at the time, by the way. But they took one look at me, and the rest was history. I ended up leaving to go to Strickfield with them 1 week later, and officially became Bailey Downs. I actually laughed last night when we watched A Christmas Horror Story at Ariel Mirren's slumber party. Funny thing, the town in that movie and in Ginger Snaps are called Bailey Downs. Lucky me. Believe it or not, I'm probably one of the few cases where being in orphanage care actually wasn't bad. I was never mistreated in any way. It was nice to have other kids to play with and everything, and Mrs. Gibson and the rest of the staff were very motherly to all of us. I suppose I agreed to come back to the orphanage because Mrs. Gibson kept in touch with me after I was adopted. In a way, I'd kind of like to visit there again and see how things are there now. So I'm sitting here in the living room and racking my brain trying to think of a way I can get a ride to Pendleton. At first I thought about calling a ride service, but after hearing Mona Abels tell me how expensive an Uber was for her and her mom to get to North Ridgeway a few months ago, I decided not to go that route. And then a rather risky idea hit me. Getting a car wouldn't be a problem. It's the driver that I'll have to do some convincing on. I sigh and pull out my smartphone. I open the texting app and tap my thread with mouse. I message her and ask if she can call me. When I don't get an answer after several minutes, I'm thinking she's probably busy doing something and not looking at her phone. Then I know exactly where she's likely to be. I get out of the recliner and put my coat on. I open the door to Roth's Rings, a 24-hour donut shop and video game arcade in downtown Village. Sure enough, I see Mouse sitting behind the wheel of a full-size driving cabinet for the brand new Gran Turismo game. Her real name is Madeline Donnerly, and she's just a happy-go-lucky kind of girl. I mean, nothing ever really bothers her. The reason people call her Mouse is because she's short, skinny, and has a mousy voice. She's also a geek with all the stuff she's into. Video games and horror movies. You wouldn't think she was a geek when you'd see her wearing her beret and scarf like she's a cultured person. I never really asked her why she wears them, but nobody really gives her a hard time about it. Plus, she drinks coffee, the same way her mom does. Let's just say she's very mature for a 7th grader. I know you're probably thinking I've got a screw loose somewhere, but Mouse is the only shot I got. Like I said, she's a fellow 7th grader at Strickfield Junior High, but that little squeaker can actually drive a car. You should have seen Mouse on Halloween night when we were checking out the legend of Crybaby Bridge and found the legend to be true when Abigail Tomlin's ghost was chasing us down. Mouse found this beat-up car and ended up driving it to save all of us. Okay, we didn't quite get away since the tire blew out, but she really surprised me that day with how well she was driving. This is going to take some real convincing on my part, but I think I can do it.
Shh, it was only the wind. You're safe. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
I wait until Mouse finishes and wins her race. Then she reaches out for her cup of coffee on the stand next to the game and sees me standing there. "Oh, hey Bailey, how you doing?" she asks. "What brings you in here?" Then she looks out. "Where's Mona and Ariel?" I'm here alone actually," I tell her. "I was wondering if I could talk to you for a little bit." Mouse comes out of the game. "You okay? Is something wrong? You in trouble?" I quickly shake my head. No, nothing like that. I mean, okay, yes, I'm kind of in trouble." I quickly raise my hands in front of me. "Don't worry. It's nothing real bad. I'm just in a bit of a bind and need your help. So, can we talk?" Mouse points to a table in the far corner. "That good?" I nod. Before I sit down with Mouse, I order a peppermint hot chocolate. I don't want the girl behind the counter to think I'm loitering. After I get my drink, I sit down with Mouse and tell her my problem. Mouse has this weird look on her face when I'm done. "So you're saying you want me to drive your dad's old SUV to Pendleton? You do understand I was only driving that night because of..." I quickly raise a hand in front of me. "I know, Mouse. Believe me, I remember." I sigh and lower my hand. "You're really my only hope here. It's a Christmas celebration at the orphanage, and I really want to help out there. I know asking you's a long shot, but you're the only one I can turn to. I can pay you money to drive if that's what you want." "Aw, it ain't that, Bailey. If I recall, you did tell me in the car Halloween night that we ain't old enough to drive. What if something happens and we get pulled over? You really want to face your parents after the cops bust us? I know I don't want to be explaining to Mom and Dad why I was driving a car and got arrested." For a long moment, the two of us look at each other. Then Mouse sighs. "But I'm going to do it, Bailey. I'll take you to Pendleton." My heart's skipping several beats. "Okay, but what made you decide to do it after all, Mouse?" "I've been kinda itching to drive a real car again after Halloween night," Mouse admits. "But you're willing to trust me now? Hugh and Bailey weren't too trusting of me that night, you know." "Like I said, you're my only hope. I'm willing to do a big favor for you or give you money if that's what you want." Mouse and I talk about it some more. Ultimately, she's willing and we make a plan. I can't believe what we're going to do. We're really doing it. Sounds crazy, right? But I'm just not willing to let Home Sweet Home Orphanage down. It's Friday at school. I'm walking the halls with my very best friend Mona Abels and telling her about what's going down. I expected Mona to give me her odd look. I know I could have kept this quiet. Like I said, Mona's my dearest friend, though. "Little Mouse is going to drive you to Pendleton?" she asked for the 5th time. "Yes, already. You want me to write it on your palm?" I snap. "I'm desperate here." Mona sighs. "I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I'm coming with you." "You don't have to," I tell her. "Somebody's got to look out for you in case that wicked little rodent crashes the car." She raises her finger. "Not up for debate, Bailey." I smile. Okay. You can come." Then I see the worried look on Mona's face. Uh-oh. Things just got bad. Turn around. I do, and we both see a very angry Ariel Mirren coming right at us. "Where is he?" Who? Mona asks. Who do you think? Carter Cross, Ariel yells. Last I saw him, he was sitting in the cafeteria with Horton, Chapman, and Chunker, I say. Ariel quickly pulls out her smartphone. Look what Carter just posted on Facebook. Look at it. Mona and I both see a video of Ariel and her little cousin Stuart at Roth's Rings. She bought him a slice of pie and a soft drink. Little Stuart was in a really foul mood since he ended up throwing both the pie and the soda at Ariel. The soda was the worst since it exploded all over her. Carter had to have been there since he recorded it. The comment said, Little Stewie treats Princess Ariel to a Coke. Ariel growls. Then we carefully follow her when she marches right to the cafeteria. Sure enough, Ariel finds Carter right where I said. Soon as he sees a very angry Ariel coming, he quickly gets up and moves to keep a table in between him and her. Ariel points right at him. You are so dead, Carter Cross. Carter raises his hands in front of him. Hey, princess, it ain't my fault you'd rather wear your Coke instead of drink it. What did you do? Tell the kid he couldn't come to your royal palace anymore? Then Ariel gives him an evil grin. I should just drop that little goober off at your house. Then I can post on social media how he runs around and destroys everything while you're losing your mind. Carter laughs. I don't think your little cousin would like being among us peasants. Now Ariel looks at Richie Horton, Bill Chapman, and Brian Chunk. What are you three snickering about? You think this is all funny? She points right at them. Remember, you're in my school. You three will know your place here. I don't see your name out there on the sign, Chapman says. Last I checked, it says Strickfield Junior High School. He's the rough-looking guy with the buzz haircut. Yeah, there ain't no school named after any Mirrans in Strickfield last I checked, Horton adds. He's the skinny toothpick of a kid with circular lensed glasses. Then Carter points at her. But you could probably buy the sign and rename it to Princess Ariel Mirren's Royal Peasant Camp. Ariel suddenly points right at him. Oh, you! Everybody puts their hands to their ears when Ariel belts out her infamous scream that can be heard throughout the whole building and could probably wake the dead. Ariel and Carter are both circling each other now. I'm trying to get their attention, but neither of them are wanting to look my way. Hey, we got company, Chunker calls out, helping me. He's the heavyset guy who's always wearing cargo shorts and the open Hawaiian shirt over a t-shirt. When Ariel and Carter both look at Chunker, he nods in the direction. Before Ariel and Carter know it, Principal Benjamin Van Diest is right there. You two again, he demands. What is it this time? Then he raises his hand and shakes his head. You know what? I really don't want to know. He points to Ariel. Get to class. Ariel's face is really red now. Then she points to Carter. You just wait. Ariel storms out of the cafeteria. Then Principal Van Diest waits for Carter to leave. Next, he looks at the rest of us, but doesn't say anything. After a little bit, he leaves and goes back to the office. I'm sorry you guys had to see that, I tell them. Chapman waves me off. Yeah, we're used to Ariel Mirren by now. Yeah, we've known her for years, Chunker says, even before we disappeared last year. Mona and I both nod quickly. She's your friend, we get it, Horton says in his squeaky, nerdy voice. Anyway, we've dealt with way worse people. I know. Abigail Tomlin, right? I ask. Then I wink. Chunker was in the middle of drinking his pop when he spits it out. What? Aw, come on, Bailey. Yeah, that ain't nothing to be joking about, Chapman agrees. Then Mona gives me that look again. Really? I smirk a little. Okay, I take it back. My bad. Something on your mind, Bailey? Chapman asks. You kinda got that look. Mona and I have been hanging out with these guys since all of us rescued them from Abigail Tomlin on Halloween. They're really good guys. Yeah, Chunker likes to eat, same as Mona, but he's really gentle. In a way, I think he's kinda cute, like a teddy bear. Mona and I sit down with the guys and tell them what's going on. You should see the looks on their faces when I tell them Mouse is driving us tomorrow. You realize how crazy that sounds, right? Horton asks. Madeline Donnerly? I know, right? Mona agrees. Man, I'd love to see her drive a car, Chunker says. Chapman turns to him. Seriously? You've been eating too much of Denoyer's sweet potato pie again, haven't you? What? You wouldn't want to see Madeline Donnerly driving a car? Horton cuts in. I've seen her playing those car games at Roth's Rings. I really think she could do it. Chapman gives his buddies his evil eyes. Then he gives them to me. How about you let us tag along and see for ourselves? At first, I'm not keen on the idea, but then I figure Mrs. Gibson would love to have the extra help at the orphanage. So I tell them that's the only way they can come along. I'd have expected them to scoff and say no way, but they're all quick to agree, so it's going to be the 6 of us going to Pendleton. Tomorrow. With Mouse driving.
Did you hear that? Better check the locks on your doors. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Part 2. The next morning, Saturday, the 6 of us are at my house. We're packing in the old SUV. Mouse is sitting in the driver's seat and looking over everything. Then I hand her the keys. You sure you're going to be able to drive this thing? Mona asks her. I think I can get us there okay, Mouse says confidently. Of course, I didn't know all of you were tagging along. We're all going to work at the orphanage, Chapman tells her. You going to help too? Mouse makes her usual shrug. Why not? I mean, we're all going to Pendleton, right? I know I don't want to be sitting here in the car all day. Once we're all seated and ready to go, Mouse starts the car. Yeah, we're all gonna die, Mona mutters. Oh, we already did that, Mona. Don't you remember? Mouse says. I really did crash the car on Halloween night. Now we're hanging out here in the afterlife together. We all jeer Mouse as she snickers. Even I have to admit little Mouse can be funny when she wants to be. Anyway, it's us girls in the front and the guys in the back. Mouse finally starts the car and takes a deep breath before she shifts the gears. Then we're moving forward until we're out on the road itself. So far, so good. Just please don't get us pulled over, Mouse, Mona says shakingly. Don't worry. I've been studying up since Bailey asked me to drive today, Mouse replies. I know what I'm doing. I think everybody was worried, especially when a few police cars passed us. We really panic when a police car suddenly turns around with its flashers on. We probably thought they recognized Mouse and that was it. Nope. Mouse does pull over only for the police car to pass right by us on the way to an emergency. We all breathe big sighs of relief, then Mouse starts driving again. We're all feeling better when we finally leave Strickfield and are en route to Pendleton. We only have to make one stop to put gas in the car. We get some weird looks from people, but nobody asks and nobody turns us in. We get back on the road and eventually make it to Pendleton. From there, I give Mouse the directions to the Home Sweet Home orphanage. Mouse finally pulls us into the parking lot and backs into a spot nice and neat. Wow, we really made it, Mona says. We're still alive. Yeah, I really thought those people at the gas station were going to call the police, Horton admits. Then Mona looks at Mouse. You did good. Mouse turns off the motor. Not bad for my second time, huh? Like Mona said, you did good, Mouse, I say. I owe you one. Mouse waves me off. Nah. We get out and head into the orphanage. Sure enough, Mrs. Gibson is at the front door waiting for us. Believe it or not, she doesn't even ask who brought us here. Hey, don't ask, don't tell, right? Mrs. Gibson and I hug. She's kind of my third grandma when you think about it. Mrs. Gibson invites us inside and takes us for a tour around the orphanage, which is all decorated for the holidays. There are plenty of kids around here. I don't recognize a single one from back when I was here. I'm pretty sure they've all been adopted because Home Sweet Home doesn't pass their kids off to other orphanages. When Mrs. Gibson takes us into the kitchen, I remember the head cook immediately. She remembers me too. "Oh, Bailey, it's so good to see you back. When Emma told us you were coming to help with today's celebration, I was overjoyed." I go and hug Miss Barrett. "I'm glad to see you too." We talk for a little bit. Then Miss Barrett asks Mrs. Gibson if she can keep me in the kitchen. I could use an extra hand with all the preparations for our big Christmas dinner. "I'm afraid I'm going to need Bailey with me today," Mrs. Gibson says. "I need her to help me with the other kids here, but maybe you can have one of these others." Miss Barrett immediately points to Mouse. "How about you, young lady? Could I have you help me here in the kitchen?" "Sure, why not?" Mouse says. When Mouse goes to her, Miss Barrett quickly gives her an apron. Looks like Mouse may get lost in the shuffle here. I know what it's like helping out in the kitchen. Mouse will be in good hands. After Mrs. Gibson finishes our tour of the orphanage, she brings us into the living room. Looking over all the kids here, it looks like some of them might be easygoing. I can already see the sneers on the 3 boys that are kind of rough looking. Even when I was here, we had a few such kids. Then I remember Ariel and how she calls her little troublesome cousin, Stuart, a goober. Well, I don't feel threatened knowing I've got Mona and the guys here. But it's the next woman here I've got to tell you about. The second she comes in, it's like the room gets cold and quiet fast. You ever see that movie, The Goonies? If you did, I'm sure you remember Mama Fratelli. Well, picture her, but with longer hair and skinny like Mouse and Horton. Okay, that alone probably won't scare you, but that glare and that scowl she's showing now. "This is Miss Stanlin," Mrs. Gibson says. "She's my assistant director here at Home Sweet Home." I know Miss Stanlin wasn't working here when I was here. Mrs. Gibson must have hired her at some point after I was long gone and living in Strickfield. "I told you we didn't need extra help here, Emma," she practically growls. "Oh, nonsense," Mrs. Gibson replies. "It's Christmas time, Helga. We've got more children here in the last couple of years, and it would be nice to have these kids interact with our children. Besides, we've got a lot going on for the big Christmas celebration today." Helga Stanlin grunts and looks ready to raise one of her bony fingers. I'm almost wondering if she's going to roar or cackle like a witch. She doesn't, though. Come on, Bailey, you're imagining things. Maybe Abigail Tomlin's still somewhere in the back of your mind. Miss Stanlin can't be any worse than the ghost of the Crybaby Bridge back in Strickfield. Still, something doesn't feel right about her when she turns and storms off. Mrs. Gibson takes the 5 of us into her office and tells us what she needs us to do. She reminds us she wants us to interact with the other kids here. We're supposed to help serve the big turkey dinner later on. Then we're going to help hand out presents. Chunker raises his hand. When Mrs. Gibson points to him, he asks her, "How come you're celebrating Christmas here today instead of actually on Christmas Day?" Mrs. Gibson doesn't even blink. "We actually celebrate 2 Christmases here, Brian. Of course, we have the real celebration on Christmas Day itself. The children will get more presents and an even better holiday feast. As for today, Mayor Eloise Parkhurst will be visiting here later. She often drops by Home Sweet Home and makes sure everything's good here. She's been a true friend of the orphanage for many years, even after she was elected the village mayor." "Sounds good to me," Chunker says, satisfied. Mrs. Gibson points to me. "Mayor Parkhurst also wants to see you again, Bailey." I think I now understand why Mrs. Gibson asked me to come here and help. But that's okay. Like I said, this place was a good home until Mom and Dad adopted me and took me home to live with them. Suddenly, we hear a loud screaming noise. "What the?" Chapman mutters. The rest of us follow Mrs. Gibson through a couple of doors until she goes into an office. "Miss Stanlin, what is going on in here?" we hear her say. We can see that Miss Stanlin's got what appears to be shaving cream all over her hands. I don't know about the others, but I can see it in the desk drawer, which she must have been going into. Miss Stanlin points outside. "It was those blasted monsters again!" "We didn't do anything," Horton pipes up. Mrs. Gibson sees us. Richie is right, Helga. These children have been with me the entire time. Well, except for Madeline, who's with Miss Barrett in the kitchen. I see Miss Stanley's face turn really red now. I'm not talking about these brats. She points right at Mrs. Gibson. You know what brats I'm talking about. Suddenly, we hear another cry just by us. We turn to see Chapman with one of those mean-looking goober kids in a hammerlock. Chapman, I call out. What are you doing? Chapman looks over his shoulder. Look on the floor there. Look what this little wimp just tried to do to me. We all see the can of shaving cream there. Chapman turns him around. Yeah, thought you'd come up behind me and lather me up, huh? I ought to hang you upside down from the upstairs banister for that. When Mrs. Gibson tells Chapman to let the kid go, he does. She turns the kid around. Butch, were you three giving Miss Stanley a hard time again? Butch doesn't even try hiding it. That old hag deserves it. All she does is yell at us and make us all do the dirtiest jobs around here. We're sick of cleaning the bathrooms every day. Mrs. Gibson nods. I see. Stan, Joe, you boys, come out here too. The lead goober's two pals come out. They both have shaving cream cans in their hands too. Makes me wonder where and how they got them. Just as they're about to reach Mrs. Gibson, Miss Stanley screams and comes right out of the office. You rotten little devils, she yells, grabbing one of the other kids. I'm gonna make your bottom so red you'll never sit down ever again. Before she can make good on her promise, Mrs. Gibson quickly gets in between them. Miss Stanley, you stop this right now. Miss Stanley points past her. Those wretched little monsters never appreciate anything they get here. They have a roof over their heads and 3 squares a day, and all they do is run rampant and play their mean tricks on the other kids and on me. Seriously, Emma, either you do something about those boys or I will. And just then, the one called Butch has this wicked little smile on his face. When Miss Stanley goes back in her office, he throws these little white paper wads at her. They make these popping noises when they hit the floor, startling her. Then her hands end up back in the desk drawer filled with the shaving cream. She gasps and trips over her chair to fall onto her side. Mona and I quickly go into the office to help her up, but she's grabbing things that fell on the floor and throwing them at us. We quickly back off and get out of the office. We see Miss Stanley's all right when she gets back up. With her hands slickened with shaving cream, she nearly slips on the desktop and falls again. She doesn't, though. When Miss Stanley sees those 3 goobers pointing at her and laughing it up, she points right back at them. You just wait, you rotten brats. You're going to regret the day you ever started messing with me. Yeah, whatever, you old hag, Butch returns. Now Mrs. Gibson is upset and points to the 3 goobers. Go into the main living room, right now. When they don't obey her, Chapman moves up to Butch. Since you got rocks in your head, let me tell you what she means. He shoves Butch. Move it! Butch and his 2 friends know Chapman means business and do what he says. Seeing the looks on their faces, they're planning something else, possibly on Chapman. I'm going to have faith in him since he doesn't let even Ariel Mirren get to him. I notice the look on Mona's face, not because of what Chapman's doing, but because we both feel something real bad's going to go down. Yeah, you'd expect that just in Strickfield, right? Truth is, there have been other things going on here in Feltner County. All you have to do is go to the Strickfield University website and click on the Local Legends tab. Then I get a shiver down my back when I remember how one of those actually came true, back in October, back when some of us went and explored the myth of the Crybaby Bridge. Anyway, Mona and I both feel something really bad's about to go down. When Horton and Chunker look at us, I sigh. Then the 4 of us go into the living room to meet up with Chapman and Mrs. Gibson.
Are you afraid? Good. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Part 3. Helga Stanley had just finished washing all of the shaving cream off of her hands. She had just finished cleaning out her desk drawer prior. Helga wasn't always the menacing figure the children assumed she was. What few people knew was that Helga herself had grown up at the Home Sweet Home orphanage. Unfortunately for her, no potential parents would ever adopt her. As she got older, it was clear that she would still be an orphan, going into adulthood. Helga never let being an orphan bother her since she had a warm place to live and 3 meals a day. Even the other kids who were there with her at the time never gave her any problems. In fact, they were her friends and family. But the years went by, and many of them had been adopted or had grown to adulthood and ended up leaving. Helga was given the opportunity to work at a sister location of Home Sweet Home over in Ridgeway Heights and went there to train and live, which would explain how she had missed out on seeing Bailey Downs when she was an orphan in Pendleton. Then Edith Hensley retired from her assistant director position in Pendleton only a few years ago, and Helga had the opportunity to return to her home if she wanted to. Helga accepted the position and became Mrs. Gibson's assistant. When she got there, these new kids were nothing like the ones she had grown up with. To her, many of them seemed to feel entitled, didn't want to be around others, didn't want to be there at all, or were just simply bad seeds. From the moment she had met Butch, Joe, and Stan, they started playing mean tricks on her. A joke or two was okay every once in a blue moon, but enough was enough. When Mrs. Gibson refused to give them severe punishments for the cruel pranks the boys played on her or some of the other children, she started to turn sour. This place had been her home, and these kids and her boss were ruining it. Finally, Helga had reached the point to where she would give the kids tasks to do. If they didn't do them, she would punish them severely. No, she couldn't give them the kinds of punishments the children of her generation received back in her day, but she could take things they valued away from them, or lock them in other rooms. The more Helga would take away from Butch, Joe, and Stan, the more dirty tricks they would play on her. Although she wouldn't admit it, she almost smiled when she had seen Bill Chapman put Butch in his place. Just the same, she was upset with Bill because this junior high brat could get away with the things she herself wanted to do. She could have easily returned to Ridgeway Heights, but this location in Pendleton was her home. She would not give it up to these little hooligans. She would get rid of each and every last one of them first. Just then, the front doorbell rang. "Helga, could you please get that?" Mrs. Gibson called out. Helga growled in disgust and marched right out of the bathroom. She stormed through the downstairs hallway and was soon at the front door. She opened it to see a postal carrier in his late 40s to early 50s standing there with a beautifully gift-wrapped package in his hands. "I have a very special delivery for a Helga Stanlin," the man said pleasantly. Helga looked at his name tag. E. Tinker. "That would be me," Helga told him, "but I have no idea who would send me a Christmas gift. You must be mistaken, Mr. Tinker." Tinker smiled now. "No, your name is clearly marked on the card, ma'am. Of course, I can't force you to accept it if you don't want to." Helga groaned. "Fine. Where do I sign?" Tinker handed her the electronic clipboard and stylus pen. Once she had signed it, she traded him for the package. "This thing sure is heavy," Helga observed upon taking the package. "I'm sure everything will be all right, ma'am." Then he gave her a pleasant nod. "Isley Tinker at your service. Good day to you, and have a very Merry Christmas." Helga growled and slammed the door. Isley Tinker turned away and looked up at the sky. "I do so love being a shopkeeper. It's even better when I can branch out into delivery," he chuckled. "No, you most certainly did not order what I've given you, Helga Stanlin. But you shall most certainly be thankful for the contents once you have come to accept its power. Then you shall have your heart's desire. The college girl who wielded it in the previous Christmas Eve chose to throw that power away. But I believe that you shall become the perfect vessel." Isley Tinker got into his mail truck and drove away. He would return to Strickfield Town Center Mall and manage his store there again. It would only be a matter of time before someone would enter his shop and look for something that would change their lives. Literally. Helga took the package up to her room and closed the door. She sat at her desk and opened it up. She kept wondering who would possibly send her a Christmas gift. When she had finished removing the wrapping paper, she worked off the top of the box and looked inside. "Oh," she gasped. She reached inside the box and removed a large snow globe. She was right about it being heavy. It was a full foot from the top of the glass to the bottom of the rocky pedestal. She put it down and stared at it. The artificial snow inside it began to fall within the contained water. "Now who would send you to me?" Helga murmured. The figure inside the globe made her smile. It was Krampus, sitting upon his wintry throne and holding a scepter. The figure looked every bit like the story she and her former childhood friends had grown up with and shared with each other around this time of year. The figure had big, curly horns, brown to graying fur, bright red eyes, and cloven hooves for feet. Those bright red eyes glowed hot as she looked at them. Helga didn't know why, but she just couldn't seem to take her own eyes off of them. "Well, what are you waiting for?" she heard in her mind. "You know you wish to make those little troublemakers pay for their sins. They've been very naughty, have they not? Accept my power and claim what is yours."
Don't go away. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Helga looked around, but didn't see anyone. "Who's there? It better not be you kids playing your cruel pranks again. When I get a hold of you, I'll have your britches down and tan you good." She darted right out of her room, but didn't see anybody. Then a little girl came out of one of the bedrooms and just looked at her. Helga wanted to make good on her promise, but she knew the little girl well enough to know she wouldn't have hurt a fly. After a little bit, the little girl moved and made her way downstairs. A little bit later, she made her way back downstairs herself. Then she remembered that the rest of the mail was likely still in the mailbox. She knew she only had to go to the end of the walkway to get it, so she didn't bother putting on her coat. She opened the front door and stepped outside. When Helga reached the mailbox, she opened it and pulled out the short stack of envelopes. Then she saw the car pulling out of the parking lot and knew it was Miss Barrett. She also saw the mousy junior high girl who came with those other kids sitting in the passenger seat. "Probably ran out of something," Helga muttered. "Emma should have fired her a long time ago." Helga turned and made her way back to the door. She had the door halfway opened when she suddenly felt it being pushed hard against her and slammed shut. The lock clicked shortly after. She dug into her pocket for her keys. When she couldn't find them, she knew she had left them upstairs in her room. Helga started pushing on the doorbell button, but no sound was heard inside. At least not the one she was listening for. A few moments later, she heard some tapping on one of the windows and saw Butch, Joe, and Stan looking out at her. They gave her their mischievous looks as they waved at her. "Open this door right now, you rotten little brats!" Helga yelled. In response, the three boys were making even worse faces at her. Then Butch opened the window. "You stay outside, you old witch!" "Yeah," Joe added. "Go away!" "We don't want you here," Stan added further. Then the boys started pushing clothes out of the window. Helga immediately knew they were hers. "You little monsters! You just wait till I get back inside!" The last thing the mischievous boys threw out was the snow globe she had just received. "When I get back inside, I'm going to see to it you never leave your bedrooms ever again," Helga yelled. "Yeah, but you ain't never getting back inside," Butch teased. Suddenly, the front door opened up. Helga rushed right in and saw Brian Chunk standing there. Then she grabbed him. "You rotten little boy," she yelled. "I'm gonna tan your hide." "What? I didn't do nothing," Brian returned as he broke loose from her. "I just came by and heard yelling outside, so I opened the door to see what was up." Just then, Butch appeared and saw Helga had been let back in. Then he pointed to Brian. "This ain't none of your business, fat stuff." He looked back at Helga and made a hideous face. "You want to fight? Come and get me, you ugly old bat." Helga turned and went straight after Butch. As she was about to grab him, the other two boys sprung out of their hiding places and came together to make Helga trip over their backs and hit the floor hard. Then the three troublesome boys came together, pointed down at Helga, and laughed. Brian Chunk pushed right past them and went to help Helga up. That was when the boys moved and jumped him from behind. However, they had greatly underestimated Brian. Not only was he taller than all of them, but he was also strong. True, he looked overweight on the count of loving to eat, but he also exercised and lifted weights. Brian had no problem getting the troublesome boys off of him. Before Butch and his pals could come at Brian again, his friends came to his aid. When they saw Bill Chapman, they knew they didn't want to tangle with him again. "Miss Stanlin, are you all right?" Mrs. Gibson asked when she finally arrived on the scene. Brian Chunk and Mona Abels were trying to help Helga up, but she shoved them away when she was almost to her feet. She pointed right at Mrs. Gibson. "That's the last straw. I have had it with these little brats." "Miss Stanlin, we do not call them that here at—" Mrs. Gibson started to say. "But they are! Every last one of these rotten children here are just that. Rotten. Especially those three little boys." Then she heard the voice in her mind again. "Come back outside and pick me up. Accept my power, and you shall have your revenge." Helga marched to the front door and opened it. Not wanting to waste an opportunity, Butch quickly moved up behind her and shoved her back outside. Everybody could hear Helga fall down the front steps. Then Butch closed the door and locked it. When Helga was picking herself up off the snowy ground, she saw something glowing nearby and went to it. She found and picked up the snow globe. As before, the Krampus figure's eyes glowed brightly. As she looked into them, she could hear the voice in her mind one more time. "Those children deserve to be punished. There are no good children in that house. All you have to do is accept me and invite me in. Use my power, Helga Stanlin." "Yes," Helga replied quickly. "Yes." Then Helga's own eyes began to glow brightly as she felt the incredible surge of energy flowing from the snow globe and into her body. It was then when she started to feel herself transforming. She groaned with pain when her muscles started to burn as they swelled. Her bones began to grow. Her skin turned white, and she was growing 2 very large horns out of the top of her head. Gray fur was starting to form, and her feet were transforming into hooves. Her eyes were now just as red as the figures in the snow globe and were glowing. She looked at her hands and saw they were now claw-like. When the transformation was complete, she was still holding the snow globe. She moved to a nearby tree and reached up to break off the branch that she wanted. Then she put one end of the branch to the bottom of the snow globe and watched them fuse together to make her staff. Krampus turned and looked at the Home Sweet Home orphanage as a whole. Those naughty children shall pay for their sins soon enough. But first, Krampus raised the staff to the sky. Moments later, wintry storm clouds came together fast. Soon the winds were blowing hard and heavy snow was coming down fast. Krampus knew that eventually traveling would be next to impossible. Everybody would be trapped inside the orphanage. She wanted to burst through the front door, but she decided to wait until everything was just right before she would make those children pay for their sins. She wanted to take them back to her lair and make them stay in her many cages there forever and ever. You shall pay for your sins as well, Emma Gibson. You've let those monsters get away with everything for far too long. Then she saw a car turning into the parking lot and knew who it was immediately. Seems the mayor of Pendleton has arrived. This night shall prove to be most interesting. Get comfortable, Mayor, because you shall never be leaving. You and everyone else shall soon belong to Krampus.
If you're not afraid, then you're already dead. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Part 4. Perspective Bailey Downs. Mrs. Gibson has those 3 goobers sitting down in the main living room. Listening to her, it sounds like Butch, Joe, and Stan have been nothing but trouble. Joe and Stan both came here a month apart a few years ago and seemed to be distant from everybody. As soon as Butch came along, he ended up getting with those 2. Since then, he's been their fearless leader, and together they've been causing all kinds of problems here. Looking at them, they don't seem to have any remorse for what they've done, especially to Miss Stanlin. Yeah, they're making their wicked little smiles. Go figure, they're probably around 9, maybe 10 or 11, and they act like they run the orphanage. When Mrs. Gibson emphasizes how they've driven many potential parents away, she tells them she really doesn't know how much longer she'll be able to keep them there. "Can't hear you, old lady," Butch says. "Not listening," Joe adds. "Forget it," Stan further adds. A moment later, an important-looking middle-aged woman walks into the living room. When Mrs. Gibson sees her, she points to the boys. "You 3 will stay right here and not move a muscle." "Whatever," Butch says defiantly. "We'll do whatever we want." But when they try getting off the couch, Chunker, Mona, and Chapman are right there to make them reconsider. Those goobers only scowl at my friends, but they can't really do much to them since they're bigger and stronger. The important-looking woman is definitely younger than any of the staff women we've seen working here. She's about my mom's age. In fact, I know her. Then I realize something. "Hey, have you guys seen Miss Barrett or Mouse?" I ask. Mrs. Gibson raises her finger. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I should have told you all. They just left here. Miss Barrett went to Strickfield to pick up some things and took your friend with her." The important-looking woman takes off her coat. "I hope they'll be all right, Emma. The weather just got really nasty all of a sudden." "Are you serious, Eloise?" Mrs. Gibson asked. "It wasn't that bad when I looked outside a little while ago. When I pulled in here, it was snowing really hard, with heavy winds." Eloise points to a nearby window. "See for yourself." Mrs. Gibson goes and looks outside. "Oh my." She turns back to Eloise. "It wasn't supposed to be like this. The news said it was supposed to be a clear day. I can't believe how dark it looks outside. You'd think it was night, and it's only going on 1. She sighs and turns around. "Guess you can't always trust the weatherman." Then Eloise looks at all of us. "Are these your helpers for today?" "Yes," Mrs. Gibson answers cheerfully and introduces us. Then she tells us, "Kids, this is Mayor Eloise Parkhurst." a huge supporter of Home Sweet Home. She's been the driving force behind us keeping our doors open. Indeed, Mayor Parkhurst agrees. My husband and I have adopted and are raising 2 children from here. Then she points to me. And I do remember you, Bailey. Come here. I go to her so we can hug. It's nice to see you again, I say. Indeed, she replies. You've really grown since I last saw you the day you left here with your new parents. When we finish our hug, Horton goes and looks outside. Geez, you were right, Mrs. Gibson. He turns to look at us. It really does look like it's night outside. Mona hugs herself and shivers. Why do I get the feeling things are going to be bad? I put my hand on Mona's shoulder. Hey, it's okay. We're all here together. Only now, I'm a little scared myself. I hope Miss Barrett and Mouse make it back here safely. Then Chunker turns and moves to the window to see for himself. Aw, man, how'd it become night all of a sudden? Horton shrugs. Your guess is as good as mine. As Chunker turns back around, the window seemingly explodes right behind him, and these 2 hideous claw-like hands grab him. Come to me, you little porker. Chunker screams and fights to lean forward. Help! Then he screams again. We scream ourselves and quickly move to help Chunker. We grab hold of him and pull back with our combined weight. There's no use trying to help your friend. He belongs to Krampus now. I'll place him in my sack and take him back to my lair with me. You shall be caged up forever and ever. All of you shall soon belong to Krampus. Chunker screams again. Get your hands off me! I ain't going nowhere with you! Then Mona makes a very bold move and slips in between that thing and Chunker. Let him go, you ugly monster! She growls and kicks that thing right in the face, making it finally let go of Chunker. We all cry out and fall on the floor. Snow and heavy winds are blowing into the orphanage. Looking at those 3 goobers, they're not looking as cool as they thought they were. When the thing reappears in the broken-out window, we're all screaming now. Then she points to the 3 goobers on the couch. Just give me those boys right there, and you may get to enjoy your Christmas after all. What are you? Mrs. Gibson stammers. Then she makes this weird look. Helga? Is that you? The thing laughs. There is no more Helga Stanlin. Now, there is only Krampus, and I want those mischievous boys. You can either give them to me, or I'll just have to come in there and claim them myself. Why are you doing this, Helga? Mrs. Gibson demands. The goobers quickly stand up on the couch. Then they move over the top and stand behind it. Next thing we know, they turn and run away screaming. Because you refuse to punish them, Emma. How many times have you let those brats practically get away with whatever they wanted to here? She raises her hand. Well, now you don't have to do anything. Krampus shall do what you were unwilling to do. Krampus laughs a long, horrible, evil laugh before she comes in through the window. We all scream again and scatter in different directions. Horton and I run down one of the downstairs hallways into another living room area. Hey, this place is big enough to have 3 of them. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man! Horton practically breathes out. Why do things like this keep happening? Before I can answer him, Krampus is suddenly coming in behind us. She points at us and says, Your souls belong to Krampus now. Horton and I both scream again and run into another hallway. It seems like Krampus is practically floating after us. We both have the same idea and start pulling stuff to the floor to try making the monster stagger. You 2 naughties might as well just jump into my sack. No way, I yell. Get away from us! We make our way back around into the previous living room. When we get there, I quickly grab a glass sculpture off of a table and throw it at Krampus. She's got this devilish smile on her face when she catches it, and easily crumbles it in her hands. Then Horton starts grabbing books off the shelf and heaving them at her. "What a shame. A mind is a terrible thing to waste," she teases, knocking the books away. Suddenly someone comes running from out of nowhere and tackles Krampus. "Chunker!" Horton cries excitedly. He quickly gets off the monster and comes to us. "I can't believe I just did that." "Run!" I yell. The three of us keep moving through the orphanage. Then we've only got one choice available, and do the one horror movie thing you should never do. We head upstairs. It surprises me how Chunker can keep up with us, being a little on the portly side and all. We can hear Krampus following us on up. "Help me!" Chunker yells. At first I'm thinking he's in trouble. When I turn around, Horton's moving to Chunker to help him push a big, heavy shelf down the stairs. I quickly move to help them. "You really need to just stop," the demon groans. We get the shelf to tumble down the stairs at Krampus. It slams into her and makes her hit the wall hard. We turn and keep running. "Where are we going to run to up here?" Horton yells. "Follow me," I tell them. "I know my way around this place." I lead Horton and Chunker down to the end of this hallway so we can take a quick left and keep moving. I would imagine since Miss Stanlin is Krampus now, she probably knows where we're heading. Still, we can't let her just trap us up here.
Did you hear that? Better check the locks on your doors. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
We make it to the other stairway and start heading back down. Suddenly, Krampus is right there. We all scream and turn back around. Face it, you'll never escape me, and believe me when I say no naughty escapes me. How are we naughty? Chunker calls back. What did we do? None of you are ever satisfied with anything you've been given, especially those 3 rotten brats. You're trying to protect them, so that makes you sinful and naughty. Then the absolute weirdest thing happens. When we reach the stairway we came up, Chunker trips on a bunched up part of the hallway carpet and is diving at the stairs. In trying to stop Chunker, I fall onto his back and we start sliding down the stairs together. Then I feel skinny little Horton land on top of me, and he's sliding with us as a triple-decker sandwich. We reach the bottom, separate, and quickly get up in time to see Krampus at the top of the stairs and getting ready to jump. We scream and run again. Talk about needing that stroke of luck again as Krampus lands on the floor hard and falls right through it to land in the basement. Hey, over here, you guys! We turn to see Chapman called out to us and motioning for us to come to the kitchen. We turn down that hallway and move until we're all in the kitchen. Mrs. Gibson, Mayor Parkhurst, and all the other kids, and our other 2 friends are all in there. Chapman and Mona work to slide the big metal door shut. Of course, I quickly say, realizing. I should have remembered this orphanage uses the kitchen as a tornado shelter. I really have been away from here for too long. What, you want to come live here again? Mona cracks. I laugh a little and gently slap her shoulder. Then I notice those 3 goobers ain't in here with us. Chapman sees the look on my face. Yeah, they ended up going into the pantry over there and locking it behind them. They got most of the food in there and won't open up. Mona walks to the door and punches and kicks it. Open up, you stupid little goobers! No, you're all stupid, Stan jeers from behind the door. Yeah, that thing can get all of you, Butch adds. We ain't opening up. Chapman slams his fist into the door. Yeah? Clearly you dummies ain't thinking things through. If that monster gets all of us, how long do you think it'll be before she'll be coming right through this door to get you? Especially when it's you 3 she wants, Horton adds. Then we hear Butch making mocking noises at us, kind of like those squeakers tend to do if you run into any when you're playing video games online. Now a little girl comes up to me and holds on to me. I'm scared. I squat down to give her a gentle hug. Hey, I'm scared too. We all are. But we've got to be strong if we're going to get through this. Chunker asks Mrs. Gibson, Any ideas what we can do? She gives Chunker a confused look. I can't believe any of this is real. You and me both, Mayor Parkhurst tells her. Mona turns to them. Yeah? Be glad neither of you live in Strickfield. This sort of thing tends to happen all the time there. She looks at me now. I'd rather have to deal with seeing Bloody Mary again than face down Krampus. I nod quickly. At least Bloody Mary only scared us. Then I'm looking around for Mouse and the cook, and then remember. At least Mouse and Miss Barrett are safe. They won't be if they end up coming back here, Horton says. Suddenly we hear a huge thud at the metal door. You really think this door will keep Krampus out? Foolish mortals. All I want are those 3 rotten little boys. Just give them to me, and I'll leave you here in peace. Yeah, like we're stupid enough to believe that. She was just chasing Chunker, Horton, and me. She's going to try and grab all of us before she's through here. Then Mona states the obvious. We got 2 choices here, the way I see it. 1, we either try and tough it out in here. 2, we gotta try and get out of here. Before Mrs. Gibson can say anything, Mona raises her hand up in front of her. I know, it's easier said than done with that nasty weather out there. Thud. Boom. Bang. Crash. Then I have an idea. What about using the bus outside? Even if we could get everybody there, there's no guarantee the bus will start or that we'll be able to get away, Mrs. Gibson counters. Well, we can't just stay here, Mrs. Gibson, Chapman states boldly. How long do you think that door's gonna hold out? Okay, yeah, we're between a rock and a hard place here, but we gotta do something. Crash, boom, bang, slam. If only Mouse were here to drive, Mona groans. Mrs. Gibson, can you drive the bus? I ask her. When she's still looking scared and confused, I slap her on the arm. Mrs. Gibson, snap out of it! She finally does and looks right at me. I'm sorry, what, Bailey? Can you drive the bus if we can get it started? I repeat. Oh, yes I can, but how will you get out there to start it? She returns. Horton raises his finger. I think you just answered your own question, lady. Chapman steps up next to him. Horton's right, ma'am. You got the keys? We can go out there and see if we can fire it up. But what if Miss Stanlin, the 5 of us suddenly all have the same idea and quickly point to the door, which is starting to dent pretty good now. Oh, yes. Mrs. Gibson's quick to agree. I see what you mean. We would have thought she would need to go to the office or something, but it turns out there's a board next to the sliding metal door with many key rings on it. She suddenly takes the one she knows has the key for the bus on it. There are 2 buses outside, Mrs. Gibson says, handing me the keys. I nod once. Get ready to open up. I'm going for it. Chunker comes over to me. You ain't going there by yourself, Bailey. I'm coming with you. Me too, Mayor Parkhurst quickly says. You kids can't drive the bus. Mrs. Gibson quickly agrees. Yes, you go with them, Eloise. My place is here. I need to be with the children. Mayor Parkhurst nods in agreement. Hey, if Mouse can drive, why can't we? Mona disagrees. Because we don't play driving games religiously like Mouse does, I return. Okay, Mayor Parkhurst, it's you, Chunker, and me. And me, Mona states. You're my best friend, Bailey. No way I'm leaving you like that. No way I'm arguing with Mona on this, especially when I do the same thing for her. Mona was the first real friend I made since leaving the Home Sweet Home orphanage and coming to Strickfield as Bailey Downs. Mona and I have been through thick and thin with each other, even before we came to meet Ariel Mirren, Carter Cross, and Madeline Donnerly. It doesn't take me long to remember we screamed through Bloody Mary together and survived Abigail Tomlin this last Halloween. I quickly hug Mona. She hugs me back. Then we look at each other. We're really doing this, Mona states. I nod quickly. Right. Then I point to Chapman. Can you stand at the back door? You got it, Bailey. He gestures around the kitchen. But at least arm yourselves first. Right, I repeat. We each open drawers and grab something to take out with us. When we're ready, Chapman stands at the back door. Unfortunately, our jackets are in the walk-in coat closet near the main living room, so we're going to have to brave the blowing winds and snow wearing just the clothes on our backs alone. I look at Mayor Parkhurst, Mona, and Chunker. You guys ready? Chunker scoffs. You kidding? How would we be ready for Krampus? Oh, shut up, Mona groans, really scared. Chunker looks at Chapman. Open up, buddy. Chapman nods once. On 3. He unlocks the door, makes the count, then pulls hard. The blowing snow and wind blast right into the kitchen, but the 4 of us shoot right outside and are running for it. We hear Chapman yelling for Horton and some of the other kids to come and help him slide the door shut again. It seems like a long, long way to get to the buses. It gets even longer when we hear Krampus's horrible laughter, echoing in the darkness. I can tell you right now, I have never been as scared as I am right now. We're all scared, but we gotta save the orphanage. Also, I know I want to see my adopted mom and dad again and have Christmas with them.
There's more scares where that came from. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Part 5. The 4 of us are powering our way through the winds and snow. Chunker's leading the way, so we just follow him. It's actually pretty easy to see the bright colors on his Hawaiian shirt. I can't see anything, Mayor Parkhurst says. I can, Chunker tells her. We're almost there. In the back of my mind, I keep hoping and praying that Krampus isn't anticipating what we're doing. If she shows up back here, we can plan on spending the next several holiday seasons in some dark place where we'll never see the light of day ever again. Bailey, give me those keys, Chunker says when we reach the bus. Here, I hand them to him. He takes them and tries to push open the bus door. Locked! Chunker works through the key ring quickly. Wouldn't you know it, it's gotta be the last key that finally works. Chunker unlocks the bus and pushes the door open. Once we're in, Mayor Parkhurst closes the door. Chunker hands her the keys, and again, it's gotta be the last one she uses, but the mayor slips the key in and turns it as the rest of us are crossing our fingers. The bus makes a few weak cranks. Oh, come on, Mayor Parkhurst groans. The mayor of Pendleton takes a deep breath and turns the key one more time. It's another weak crank. Then, it finally fires up. Yes, Mona shrieks. Yes is right, Mona. Mayor Parkhurst agrees sharply. Okay, you kids, sit down. We get this mobile fortress up by the door, get everybody on, and get out of here. The mayor puts the bus in gear. At first, it seems like we're spinning our tires on the snow-covered parking lot. But the bus does finally move along. Then we start cheering. Mayor Parkhurst drives the bus towards the building, turning it when we're near the back door. She stops and opens the bus doors. Chunker and I climb off the bus and knock on the back door. Chapman opens up. Come on, let's load up, Chunker tells him. Chapman glances over his shoulder. We can get out of here, people. Let's go. But Horton's kind of being a Debbie Downer with good reason. We still got those... What did you call them, Bailey? Goobers, I tell him. I march right inside and go right to the locked pantry door. We're getting out of here, you little goobers. I mean it. Krampus is almost in here. Last chance. You don't come, you can send us all postcards from Krampus's lair each and every Christmas. Of course, Butch has to talk in that stupid, idiotic voice. Oh, okay. Then his 2 friends are making their stupid, idiotic noises again. Chapman quickly taps my shoulder. We gotta go, Bailey. A few more hits and Krampus is coming in. Again, those idiots won't stop with their stupid noises. Okay, goobers, we're leaving. I tell them one last time. Goodbye, forever. Chapman and Horton and I are the last ones out. Chapman and I are just sliding the back door shut when Krampus finally comes through the other one. She's really mad and her eyes are glowing red hot. Come on, we gotta get out of here, Chunker calls out. Suddenly, those little goobers burst out of the pantry, screaming their brains out. Guess they finally realized we weren't stooping to their level after all. They can't get out through the back door and get on the bus fast enough. Krampus snarls and points her staff with some snow globe on it at us. You truly underestimate my power. I shall have those naughty boys. I shall have you all. I barely comprehend things when Krampus is almost on me. I shriek when I feel myself being lifted off my feet and am draping over Chapman's shoulder. He's literally carrying me in a fireman's carry out the back door. Close it, Chunker! He yells. Chunker quickly slides the back door shut. Then I feel Chapman shaking me. Hey, you okay, Bailey? I quickly look around and see I'm on a very crowded bus. Mayor Parkhurst is pulling away from the back door and driving across the parking lot to get us to the road. I look back at Chapman and nod quickly. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm sorry, I really thought Krampus had me. That's how close she got. Thank you for saving me. Chapman nods back. We're getting out of here. Go faster, stupid! Butch tells the mayor. Chapman grabs him and plants him in a seat. Fact check. The roads are dangerous out here right now. One wrong move and we'll turn onto our side. Where would we go then? Again, Butch makes with the dorky noises. He quickly shuts up when Chapman gives him a mean look. At last, Mayor Parkhurst pulls out onto the road. Then I remember I have my smartphone and pull it out. Oh no, I mutter. No signal. The storm must have knocked out the cell towers. I can't text Mouse and warn her to stay away from the orphanage. Suddenly, Horton's got this weird look on his face. What the? He scurries to the back of the bus and looks out the window. Guys? We have a huge problem. The other kids who see what Horton's seeing are screaming now. Mona quickly comes up behind him. Then she turns to look our way. He's right. Krampus has a sleigh and some zombie-looking reindeer pulling it. I can't drive any faster, Mayor Parkhurst groans. I'm barely keeping this bus on the road as it is. When the goobers start doing their stupid stuff again, I quickly say, maybe we should take these three and throw them out the back. I'll bet Krampus would finally leave us alone. That definitely shut those goobers up, and I mean fast. This road ends up ahead, Eloise, Mrs. Gibson warns her. You'll have to turn the bus. I'm aware of that, Emma, the mayor quickly replies. Hang on! When we reach the intersection where this road ends, Mayor Parkhurst has to try and turn. Unfortunately, the roads are too snow-covered for her to make the turn at the speed she's driving. We end up going through the intersection and over the curb. The mayor hits the gas and drives right across the open area. Do you know where you're going? I ask her. Little lady, I'm the mayor of Pendleton, she replies. I know this village like I know my own house, don't worry. I don't plan on getting us caught. You want to get back to your parents in Strickfield, and I want to get back to my husband and my kids. Hang on! Look! Chunker yells, pointing straight ahead. The mayor gasps when Krampus's sleigh and zombie reindeer pull across the way to block us. The mayor's still keeping her lead foot on the gas. I get it. Trying to stop the bus might cause us to turn sharply and make us flip onto one side. On the other hand, Krampus is going to have to move or be moved. Or not. Krampus hops off the sleigh and quickly stops the bus dead in its tracks. Before any of us can think of what to do next, Krampus pulls off the hood like it's a cardboard top. Then she reaches in and rips the huge motor clean out so she can toss it over her shoulder like an empty soda can. End of the road. Everybody out, Krampus jeers. She walks to the bus doors and rips them off. She looks in and points right at Butch. You belong to me, you little naughty. Then Krampus sees the bus is getting more and more empty. Turns out Horton opened the emergency door in the back as Mona and Mrs. Gibson got everybody to go out. Now all the kids are running for their lives. No, I shall not be robbed of my prizes, Krampus declares. Suddenly Krampus drops her staff and walks to tip the bus onto its left side. I have a gut feeling about that staff. Without even thinking of whatever repercussions may result, I dive right out of the bus entrance and hit the snow. Then I get up and grab Krampus's staff. I just turn in a direction and run for all I'm worth. You dare? Krampus roars, so loudly that the force actually knocks me down. I quickly get back up, still holding the staff. You want those goobers or me, Krampus? Krampus comes after me now. Give me my staff, you little naughty. I shall have your soul for this, Bailey Downs. I'm still holding on to the staff when I turn and run again. I hear Krampus roaring behind me. The next thing I know, I get clipped and am being shoved into the snow face first. Krampus is incredibly strong as she holds me down while trying to take her staff back. Let go, she demands. No, I yell back. Suddenly, Krampus lifts me right off the ground and slams me onto my back. I groan when I feel the wind get knocked out of me. I can't move. Just as Krampus grabs her staff, she gets taken down for the second time today by Chunker. He quickly gets off her and grabs the staff. Then I feel Chapman lifting me up into a fireman's carry. Let's go, Chunker, Chapman yells. I'm going, he yells back. Chapman's running with me like I'm a pillow. I know he works out like Chunker, but he doesn't look as strong as Carter Cross. Yeah, I ain't complaining. He got me far away from Krampus. Man, it's really freezing out here, I hear Chunker groan. You think? Chapman returns. Just keep running. You're gonna be okay, Bailey. Then I'm starting to feel I can move again as I'm getting my wind back. The guys manage to make it to a nearby building and move by the loading docks. You can put me down now, Chapman, I tell him. I'm okay. Chapman does. You sure you're okay? I nod. Yeah, I'm fine now. What do we do with this thing? Chunker asks me. You went after it for a reason, Bailey. Chapman gets it. I'm thinking without this, Krampus doesn't have any power. You're right, Chapman, that is what I think, I agree. Krampus will come for us before she goes after the others, even those goobers. Suddenly, Krampus drops right down in front of us. I'll take that now. I leap at Krampus and let her catch me. Run, Chunker, run! Chapman and Chunker both turn and run. I hold on to Krampus's face, hoping to blind her so she can't see where the guys ran off to. Krampus eventually proves too strong and grabs hold of me. She lifts me high into the air and throws me really far. I land on snowy ground and feel the wind get knocked out of me again. No! I can't move.
More scares to come. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
But I groan and grit my teeth. I won't let Krampus win. I push to sit up with all the determination I can muster. Then I feel myself finally sitting up. I use more willpower and force myself to get to my feet. I fall to my knees, but I force myself to stand again. I can only manage short trots as I'm trying to run. Before long, I have my wind back again, and I run to find Krampus. When I get back to the loading docks, I see the cloven hoof prints and know where to follow. Soon I see she's caught up to Chunker and Chapman. She's about to take the staff away from Chunker when I run to them and snatch it up myself. Nah, can't catch me, I jeer at Krampus. I know I can't outrun that monster. If she easily caught up to me first, then the guys, she'll catch up to me again. I have one last-ditch idea I can try. I'm scared for my life, but I'm also determined. I never forgot what happened on Halloween night, when Bloody Mary showed up to save us from Abigail Tomlin. Just seeing that made me want to be a better person. I stopped trying to be more like Ariel. I've been trying so hard to be nice to others. Well, now's my big chance to really do some good. I can keep Krampus here with me and make sure she doesn't get the others. What do you think you're doing, child? Give me back my staff or I shall rip it from your hands, along with your very soul. I tighten my hands on the staff. You can't have it. Really? All of this because of 3 rotten little kids who don't know any better? Give me a break. We've all done stupid things in our lives. I know I have. You know what? I may be doing something really stupid right now, but I'm doing it. I feel my anger now. You ain't getting this staff back, Helga. Krampus roars at me and knocks me down again. Then I feel myself being lifted up along with the staff. Now I'm looking Krampus right in the face as I'm hanging off the staff like a pull bar at a gym. You are mine, Bailey Downs. You shall never return to your family again. I growl with anger and determination as I hold onto the staff and push my feet to kick off her stomach. Then I come back into her while still holding the staff and give her a kick real hard in the gut. She's momentarily stunned, but she drops me and the staff. I pick myself up and hold onto that staff tight. Krampus comes for me again, but I lash out and hit her with the snow globe. I can't believe how fast Krampus goes down. Chapman and I were on the same page. This snow globe is the source of Krampus's power. Without it, she can be beaten. When Krampus gets up again, I step up to bat and swing. I connect with Krampus again and knock her down fast. As she's getting back up, Chunker tackles her one more time. He gets up and gets away from her. When Krampus gets up again, this time, Chapman tackles her. I know we can't just keep hitting her. Then I have an idea. I move to the side of the building and swing the snow globe to try and shatter it. I swing with all my strength again and again, but the globe just will not shatter. I scream at the top of my lungs and hit the building one more time. Yes! Okay, I still couldn't shatter the snow globe, but I made it come off the wooden staff. I quickly pick it up. Think, Bailey, think. What can I do to stop Krampus? Okay, what would Mouse do? Of course! I'll just think outside the box here. And then I have an idea. I turn the snow globe and look at the Krampus figure sitting on its throne. Its eyes are glowing red hot. Take me, I tell it. I'll give myself to save the others. Take me. I know I'm flawed and weak. I know I've been a bad person and was mean to others at school, but I've been trying to do right. Take me. Take my soul. If you gotta have one, but I'm begging you to let the others go. Suddenly, the snow globe begins to glow brightly. Take me! I hold on to the globe tightly as the light illuminates the entire area. Suddenly, the very bright light is all I can see. I don't know where I am now, but I still won't let go of the Krampus snow globe. I can even feel the light shooting out of my own eyes. Take me, I say weakly. And then the light dims and slowly turns to darkness. If this is truly the end for me, then I pray that if there is a higher power I have to answer to, that I'll be judged fairly. I gave it my best shot in life. I just hope and pray beyond all hope that the others are saved.
You're not safe yet. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Epilogue. Perspective, Bailey Downs. Mouse can't believe the story I'm telling everybody as she's driving us back to Strickfield. Wow, you really met up with Krampus? She gawks. She's telling the truth, Maddie, Horton says, backing me up. Yeah, why would we lie about something like that? Chunker adds. Never said you guys did, Mouse replies. And I wouldn't call you a liar, Bailey, not after our meeting up with Abigail Tomlin on Halloween. And Bloody Mary back in September at Ariel Mirren's sleepover, Mona adds. I finished the story with a little help from Chapman and Chunker. Turns out after I passed out, the disastrous winter weather suddenly just stopped dead. When Mayor Parkhurst and Mrs. Gibson found us, they found me unconscious with the Krampus snow globe in my hands. Not too far away, they found Helga Stanlin back to normal and lying in the snow. Mayor Parkhurst took care of everything since cell signal was miraculously restored. Only thing I can figure was that Krampus got pulled out of Helga and back into the snow globe. Also, the night that happened during the afternoon ended up becoming daylight again. We ended up getting the orphanage cleaned up and still having the Christmas celebration. It was a little late, but better late than never. As for the three goobers, they were given a choice. Either they could help clean up or they could be shipped off to another orphanage. Both Mayor Parkhurst and Mrs. Gibson put their feet down on them. The Goobers realized they had it better at Home Sweet Home and helped clean up. And you know what? They actually did a good job. They were even good boys when potential parents came to Home Sweet Home, looking to adopt. Butch's little gang may end up being broken up. Both Joe and Stan are likely going to be adopted. I think the two of them know they're better off having parents in a real home than staying in the orphanage system. Don't get me wrong, Home Sweet Home wasn't a bad place to be. Again, I was glad I had a roof over my head, good food to eat, and people who really cared about us. Deep down, I'm very thankful for the man and woman who came to Home Sweet Home and adopted me. I'm hoping Joe and Stan will think so too when they go to their new homes with their new parents. And here's the really messed up part about all of this. That Krampus snow globe just disappeared. We looked all over the orphanage for it, but it was nowhere to be found. We had to give it up for lost and head back to Strickfield without it. This Saturday turned out to be quite the eventful one. Mouse ended up missing out on Krampus, but it was for the best. I tried and tried to remember what I could before I passed out, but there wasn't anything else. Like I said, I was found and brought back to the orphanage. I was revived and everything was back to normal again. As for Helga Stanlin, she was fired from the orphanage. She was told on no uncertain terms by Mrs. Gibson to pack up and leave. Helga didn't need to be told twice. What's more, those Goobers even tried to apologize to her for what they did, but she wouldn't even acknowledge them. You gotta hand it to them, though. They tried to make things right, but Helga wasn't going to be redeemed. On a much brighter note, nobody got hurt or killed. When it came to the big celebration dinner Miss Barrett and Mouse prepared, it was definitely a nice turkey dinner with all the trimmings. I don't think we're going to want to eat anything until tomorrow. Even Chunker ate good. Turns out Miss Barrett and Mouse went all the way to Denoyer's Grill to get dessert pies, including Chunker's favorite, sweet potato pie. The truck that was supposed to deliver the dessert pies to the orphanage broke down coming from North Ridgeway, so Miss Barrett took Mouse and made their emergency run to Denoyer's Grill back in Strickfield. Go figure. To end the day, Mouse would get us back to Strickfield just fine. I can't believe how well she can drive for all of us being in 7th grade. She even managed to put the SUV right back where it was. From there, we got out and said our goodbyes before parting ways. Of course, I thanked Mouse again and told her I owed her one. Again, Mouse just waved me off. Nah, we're good, Bailey. We did it for a good cause. See you at school on Monday. Yeah. Have a good one, Mouse. Thanks again. Mom and Dad eventually came home. They never did find out about our little adventure with the SUV. I hated to do it, but I told them a little white lie and said Mona and I took an Uber. And that was the end of that. We went through our final week of school before we went on Christmas vacation. Then we ended up having another adventure just before Christmas Day. Horton, Chapman, and Chunker weren't part of this one. But let's just say it was another one where we barely made it by the skins of our teeth. Of all the things that could come and cause trouble for us, it was an old school VR video game console that was possessed by some really advanced code that came to life. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. Christmas Day finally came. I would have a wonderful dinner with the man and woman who adopted me, whom I gladly call Mom and Dad. I've been told by my friends that our home is a small one, but Mom and Dad made more than enough room for me. I excused myself from the table and went to my room for a little bit. I felt so emotional about my life and my adoptive parents, I cried for a little while. I've been trying to be the best daughter to my adoptive parents that I can be. Believe me when I say I'm very thankful for everything I have. That was the biggest lesson I took away from the Home Sweet Home orphanage, then and now. I finished crying for joy and returned to the table. After dinner, we sat down in the living room and watched some Hallmark Christmas movies on TV. Later on, Mona came over and we hung out. My parents never care that Mona comes over. I'm also very thankful for Mona. Like I said, she was my first real friend that I made since being Bailey Downs. Mom and Dad got me wonderful presents like they always do, but Mona and my parents continue to be the very best gifts that keep on giving. I know I'll always have my parents, but when it comes to Mona, I truly hope we never lose touch with one another, even when we move into adulthood and go our separate ways. But I'm overthinking things, ain't I? No, I better stick to the here and now. Mona and I are lying on my bed and watching a few Christmas horror movies together. And guess what? Right! We're actually watching Krampus. Yeah, I know. Call us crazy. Afterwards, we watch A Christmas Horror Story again. I already told you we watched this one at one of Ariel's Friday night sleepovers earlier this month, but Mona and I wanted to see it again. Like I said, it's one of the few horror movies where the town is the same name as mine. And this one does have a few stories about Krampus in it. Even though we went through that horrible ordeal with the real thing, we're still here and doing the things we love with each other. When it comes to the Home Sweet Home orphanage, I actually found myself missing that place when we left. Mrs. Gibson and Mayor Parkhurst both asked us if we'd consider coming back next holiday season to help out for their big celebration. We all promised we would. Mouse said she'd even drive us to Pendleton again as long as we could get a hold of another car. I really am happy and thankful for everyone and everything in my life. I love Halloween and Christmas just the same and always look forward to celebrating them both, even if we've got ghosts and demons chasing us down. Speaking of which, I have the feeling this won't be the last time we're going to be dealing with such things. Mona and I are going to finish Christmas together, enjoy the rest of our holiday break with the rest of our circle of friends, and then return to school. And you just know we're going to be heading into some other wild adventures down the road. In other words, we're going to be back again. In the meantime, Merry Christmas. Christmas Arcadia by Rob Fields. December 23rd, Friday. Perspective, Bailey Downs. Ariel Mirren and I are leaving Strickfield Junior High for Christmas vacation. 2 weeks to do whatever we feel like doing. Normally, Mona Abels is with us, but she's homesick with food poisoning from some takeout her and her mom got while coming home from North Ridgeway last night. I texted Mona a little bit ago. She's feeling better, but she's not fully at 100% yet. She's thinking maybe tomorrow we can hang again. We only have about a 2-block walk to get to downtown Strickfield. We're already seeing other kids from school hanging around at different places. It's when we pass Roth's Rings, our go-to place for donuts in Strickfield, that we see Madeline Donnerly and Carter Cross inside. Most everybody calls Madeline Mouse, on the count of how short she is, and then there's her mousy voice. Ariel suddenly stops and looks inside. You see that, Bailey? Really, why do I put up with Mouse? I smile Ariel's way. Just a little. I don't know. Why do you? I mean, you did tell Mouse she could keep coming to our weekly Friday night slumber parties at your place. Ariel kind of glances my way with a scowl before she looks back at Mouse and Carter again. Strickfield Junior High is my school, Bailey, Ariel says with authority. Yet, little Mouse Donnerly walks around my school like she can do whatever she wants. Before I can reply, Ariel moves and marches right into Roth's Rings. I quickly follow behind her. We go straight to the arcade that's off to the side of the cafe. Mouse is playing the new Street Fighter game with Carter. I'm pretty sure you can easily get this game on your home consoles. Yet, Jerry Roth, the dean of Strickfield University and owner of this place, is able to get full arcade cabinets for some of the bigger popular games. Between Roth's rings here and Wilder Hall at Strickfield University, those are the two nice arcades that people hang out at with lots of games for them to drop their quarters in. Getting back to Mouse and Carter, they've got a little basket with some donuts inside and their drinks on a stand next to the game. It looks like Mouse and Carter are really locked in on their fight. In the end, Mouse ends up beating Carter with her character's super move. Carter turns to her. "Thanks a lot, Madeline." Mouse shrugs. "Told you I'm burning hot today." Then she takes a drink of her coffee. "Yes?" Mouse utters when she feels Ariel standing behind her. As always, Mouse is wearing a scarf and a beret. Her voice is just as mousy as her older twin cousin Aileen, probably why Ariel started calling her Mouse. Soon, nearly everybody at our school was calling her that. "I hate you," Ariel tells her, her usual greeting for Mouse. "What, you come here to tell me I ain't invited to your parties no more?" Mouse replies. Before Ariel can answer, she groans and reaches into her back pocket to pull out her smartphone. She then storms away from Mouse and heads back outside to take the phone call. That just leaves Mouse, Carter, and me. Mouse takes another drink of her likely premium coffee. I know Roth's Rings is serving up Death Wish Ginger Dead for the holidays, likely what she's drinking. Mouse turns to Carter. "Want to race again?" "You know I love racing," he replies. "Is this all you two do after school?" I ask them. "You just come in here and play video games?" Mouse shrugs. "Nah, sometimes we watch movies, but you already know that." Now they take their stuff over to the Cruisin' USA game. After putting their stuff on the little table there, they drop their quarters in and start racing. Then Ariel returns. "You just had to forget your backpack at my house last weekend, Mouse," Ariel snaps. "My little cousin Stuart found your game box inside it when I was babysitting him on Monday and hooked it up. He played a bunch of the games you had on it. And that was my mom on the phone. She saw how Stuart was into those games and wants me to go to the mall and pick him up one of those game boxes for Christmas." Mouse is still playing when she tells Ariel, "You ain't gonna find one like what I got at the mall. I built that game box myself. If you want me to build your cousin one for you for Christmas, I can do that. All you gotta do is pay for the parts." Ariel just looks at Mouse for a long moment. "Excuse me? What?" "I built that game box myself," Mouse repeats. "My little console plays every old school game out there from the original Atari 2600 all the way up to the previous generations of PlayStation and Xbox. I even have lots of real arcade games on it. You name it, it's probably on there. If that's what your mom wants you to get for your cousin, then I can build one for him." Ariel gets frustrated. "Why can't you be a normal person, Mouse? Why do you have to be such a mutant?" Mouse starts laughing now. "Now I'm a mutant? You're killing me here, Ariel." Ariel growls. "Look at you. You're always playing video games. You watch horror movies like they're going out of style. You read lots of comic books. On top of that, you drink so much coffee. I mean, I could probably put a light bulb in each of your ears, put a shade over your head, and use you for a lamp in my bedroom. Now you're telling me you build game consoles?" "Everybody's got to have hobbies," Mouse says simply as Carter wins the race. Mouse comes in a very close second. Now she turns to Ariel. "I'm guessing yours is picking on me." I accidentally laugh a little. Boy, does Ariel give me the stare of death. I hate to admit it, but little Mouse is actually pretty funny. Ariel turns back to Mouse. "Okay, I'll bite. How much will it cost for you to build Stuart a little game box like yours?" "About $100, Mouse replies. $100! Ariel cries in surprise. "Yep, and that's for everything I gotta buy at Radio Depot to build your cousin a quality unit. The parts, the power supply, 2 controllers, and the micro SD card to put all the games on. At this point, I can build it and get everything to you by tomorrow night." $100, Ariel says again in disbelief. $100 is pretty cheap for all Madeline's giving you, Ariel, Carter tells her. I bought one from her. It's nice. $100, she demands of Mouse again, ignoring Carter. Mouse shrugs. Try finding somebody else that'll build you one for that price. I guarantee you said person will charge you more, and you probably won't get as good as what I'd give you. Ariel looks at me now. You believe this, Bailey? $100. She looks back at Mouse. I'll pass. Then she points at Carter. And you got ripped off. Then she goes to grab his cup with his soda in it. Carter stops her. Forget it, Ariel. Stop drinking my sodas all the time and buy your own. Ariel gives him a dirty look before looking at Mouse again. I'm not paying $100. Mouse shrugs. Good luck finding a good game box then. And before Christmas. Thinking about it, there is a kiosk selling them at the mall, but I'll bet you they're cheap. Real cheap. Ariel points at Mouse. If they're selling them cheaper than what you're offering, I'll gladly take it. Madeline's saying the quality is cheap, Carter tells Ariel. And you won't even get close to the number of retro games we got on our boxes, Mouse adds. Those little mini knockoffs of the older systems are just plain bad. They can't even handle the higher-end console games. That's why I built my own. You sure you won't reconsider, Ariel? Ariel turns away from them. Come on, Bailey, let's go. Then she turns back to Mouse and points at her. And don't you dare be late to the slumber party again, like you were last week. Mouse shrugs again. Like last Friday, you never said what time. 7 o'clock, Ariel groans. Then she points to Carter. You aren't invited. Carter smirks and shrugs himself. Wouldn't come if you did invite me, Your Highness. I'll be hanging with the guys anyway. Meaning Bill Chapman, Richie Horton, and Brian Chunk. Ariel points to them. I hate you both. See you soon, Mouse calls out behind us as we turn and leave the donut shop. Perspective, Ariel Mirren. Bailey and I took a taxi to come to Strickfield Town Center Mall. Bailey said it would probably be a waste of time coming here. Seriously, Mouse wants $100 from me to build Stuart a game box like hers? What does she take me for? We may be in every class at Strickfield Junior High together, but I'm a Mirren. We know when we're being taken. On the other hand, we know when to be the takers, if you catch my drift. Getting back to now, Bailey and I walk to the mall and eventually go into Best Buy. Of course, they're not selling any kind of game box like what Mouse has, just the usual current systems. I call over one of the employees to wait on me. $500 for a new gaming console? I growl as we leave the store and head back out into the main mall. That's just highway robbery, Bailey. You can afford it, she says simply. I hate it when Bailey feels like she has to contradict me. That's not the point, I grumble. I'm telling you, it's all a big racket. First you pay extortionist money for a console, and did you see how much the hottest games are? $70! You also have to buy an extra controller if you want to play with another person at your house. On one of those systems, you have to keep buying batteries for the controllers. Then you have to pay a monthly fee just to play against people online. And you heard the Best Buy guy talk about the DLC and microtransactions and all that other stuff on all the other games. Tell me that's not a racket. Bailey smiles a little. Maybe $100 for Mouse's game box ain't such a bad deal after all. You heard everything she'll give you for that. Like she said, you're just giving her the money to buy everything to build it. I remember the kiosk selling the cheap mini knockoffs of the old Nintendo Entertainment System and go check it out. For $40, it comes with the unit, a power supply, 2 wired NES-style controllers, and a bunch of games on a micro SD card. As I sample a few games, I remember what Mouse said about this thing. She wasn't kidding when she said this piece of junk was cheap. The games on it are just horrible and look like they were cut and pasted together. After we walk away from the kiosk, I tighten my fists and growl at Bailey as she shrugs and smirks a little. Then I almost miss seeing the light at the far end of one of the less used wings in the mall. I think there's a store down there. Bailey and I head to the light. Even though the rest of the mall is packed with stores, what with it being the holidays, there's still this one wing that nobody seems to want to set up shop in. It never fails. Just the same, my curiosity gets the better of me. I want to see who's down here. We soon see a single store called Tinker's, which looks like some kind of an oddities store. I glance over at Bailey. It can't hurt to check it out. If we don't find anything in this place, I'll text Mouse and tell her I'll buy a game box from her. As soon as we walk in, a man looking to be in his late 40s approaches us. "Is there something I can help either of you find today?" "Not me," Bailey tells him. I immediately ask the man, "Do you, by any chance, sell game boxes?" Then I explain what they are and what they do. "I don't believe I have this game box of yours, but I think I may have something your little cousin may like," he tells me. "Please, come with me." We follow the man to the counter. He's got some old school video game consoles in the display case, but it's the unfamiliar one next to the Sega Genesis that he pulls out. He puts the unit down and hooks it up to the modern TV he's got at the other end of the counter. After adding these two weird-looking controllers to it, he finishes the setup by hooking up... Are those VR goggles? This game console is called simply Virtua, and is rather a collector's item, the man says. "That's my business, finding rare items and selling them here at my store. Isley Tinker, at your service." Tinker explains how the Virtua console was created years ago, back in the days of the Atari 2600 and ColecoVision. He says the Virtua could blow all of them away with its processing power and graphics. It was actually even better than the arcade games themselves, and it could be played at home on those old-school box TVs. It may have very well been the advent of virtual reality. "How come this thing never came out on the market then?" I ask. "Okay, I'll admit, I don't know much about video gaming, but you'd think this console would have made the scene the way all the others you hear about did." Tinker sighs a little. "Virtua was a little too perfect, I'm afraid. Definitely way ahead of its time. I don't know who programmed the one game used to demonstrate the console, but I can promise you not a single system on the market has Christmas Arcadia on it. I'd even be willing to bet that not even those game boxes you spoke of will likely have it. In fact, this console is quite rare, and just for the fact alone that it's one of only 3 prototypes ever constructed." "Christmas Arcadia," I ask. "That's actually a game?" "It is. Would you like to try it?" Tinker asks me. "Really?" "All you do is put on these goggles," Tinker explains. "Then you hold both of these controllers like so." He demonstrates how to hold them. After I put the goggles on, Tinker puts the controllers in my hands. Then I hear him switch the console on.
Don't forget to subscribe on your favorite podcasting app so you don't miss any of the spooky on the weekly.
I suddenly find myself in this Christmas-looking village. Wow, this game's graphics are truly just amazing. I've only ever seen VR a few times when Stuart would bring his Oculus over. I thought the graphics on that were amazing, but the Virtua has the Oculus beat by a landslide. It's like everything's so real here. As I'm walking around the village, I hear Tinker explain that I start the game by finding the Christmas Queen in the form of Arcadia herself. Once I find her, she'll give me my quest. So I play the game for a little bit and soon find Queen Arcadia sitting on her throne in the very center of the village square inside a gazebo. Queen Arcadia is wearing a white crystalline gown that glows bright in the light. Her skin is shimmering like on the fiber optic Christmas trees Mom puts up every season. Her eyes and lips are as red as Christmas lights. Her hair is green like mistletoe. Her crown looks like polished ice, along with her long scepter. I truly understand why she's called the Christmas Queen. Now that I think about it, this is what Mom does for a living. She designs and codes computer games. She's been doing it since she graduated Strickfield University with her computer programming degree at 24. In fact, her newest game was in that Best Buy store Bailey and I went to, also retailing for $70. I don't know how Mom does it, but she makes all these great games that get big-time cash grabs. In fact, she's the one in our household who makes all the money. I definitely don't complain since it keeps a roof over our heads. Anyway, the Christmas Queen looks at me eagerly. I think she's going to give me the quest Tinker said. "At long last," Arcadia says to me, "I have waited with patience for you to finally come before me. The debt owed to me shall finally be considered fulfilled." Then Queen Arcadia takes my hand in this virtual world. I can actually feel her touch. I quickly remember I'm only getting a demonstration, but I kinda want to see what this video game character will give me for a quest. "You truly belong to me now, Ariel Mirren," she tells me. I quickly exit the game by putting the controllers down on the counter and taking the goggles off. Then I look right at Tinker. This thing's just incredible. I think Stuart would really love this. "How much?" The man replies, "You can have this entire package for $50. After I pay the man, Tinker packages everything in the worn original box, including the original instruction manuals. He even throws in the adapter needed to connect the Virtua to our current HD TVs. Bailey and I leave the store. Now I'm laughing. And Mouse wanted to charge me $100 for a little junk box. You just wait till she comes to the slumber party tonight and sees this. "I'm very happy for you," Bailey says sincerely. Little did I realize just how much I'd really come to regret this amazing bargain. Let's just say I would eventually wish that I'd paid Mouse the $100 for her game box. I'd probably have avoided all the trouble that was soon to follow. Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. I'm in the mouse hole, my bedroom, finishing with packing my backpack. I look at the clock. 6:15. Yeah, I'll make it. It still amazes me that you are friends with those girls. I look at my full-length mirror in the closet and see the ghost of Mary Worth looking back at me. "I get what you're saying, Mary," I tell her, "but I know how to read people." "You did not know how to read me upon learning that I was indeed real on that first day." I fully turn to face her. "Okay, you got me. Still, Mary, I know you're there watching when I'm at Ariel's house on Friday nights." I can't help but laugh. "I'll never get over how you scared 'em all that first night." Mary smirks. "And I'll be more than happy to frighten them again, should you just ask." I smile now. "I really do appreciate you being my friend, Mary. I hope you ain't worried I won't let you possess me no more." "It's never crossed my mind." She glances at the clock. "You best be leaving." I think about it for a second. Then I remember the little compact on my desk and grab it. I open it to reveal the mirror inside. A second later, Mary's face is in there. This way we can keep talking while I'm walking to Ariel's. My relationship with Mary Worth all started with watching Urban Legend with cousin Aileen and Bella Tabon. We call her Bells. The moment that scene happened where Rebecca Gayhart and Alicia Witt were playing the Bloody Mary game, I decided to look into the Urban Legend a little more. In the upstairs bathroom, I played the Bloody Mary game with the lights out. As many times as I said Bloody Mary, nothing happened. Then I remembered my research. Bloody Mary was really a witch named Mary Worth. Bloody Mary was just a nickname, not a real person. I composed myself, took a deep breath, and said Mary Worth's name 3 times. When I finished, Mary Worth herself appeared in the mirror. Ariel Mirren always wants to see me get scared so badly. Well, she would have finally got her wish if she would have been with me. I was so scared I screamed and tried to run. The door slammed shut in front of me. When Mary told me not to be afraid, I calmed down and went back to the mirror to talk to her. I was sad seeing Mary's story in the mirror about how she was wrongfully accused of so many bad things in Salem, Massachusetts. End result, she got arrested. Then she was tried and sentenced to burn at the stake for witchcraft by the magistrate. As Mary's pillar was lit, the magistrate's wife presented Mary with a mirror for her to see her own evil before she died. Mary simply used the mirror to escape from her body and the mortal realm and into the afterlife. Years later, she would finally meet me. Mary said she could come into the mortal realm through me if I would agree to let her possess me. No, not like Linda Blair in The Exorcist. In my case, possession means Mary and I share a supernatural bond. We can talk to each other like we're doing right now. I can also call Mary to come out into the mortal realm and protect me if I'm in danger. All I gotta do is look in a mirror and say her name 3 times to let her use me as her vessel. When the danger's over, she goes back in the mirror and gives me my body back. Getting back to now, we finally reach the main gate of the gated community where the Mirrens live. I look around and see construction started to expand the wall around Strickfield Commons. The Mirrens recently bought all of the properties here. They now own all of Strickfield Commons, and eventually the new wall's going to be completely enclosing it. Must be nice having that kind of money. Ariel texted me the updated gate code. I'm in after punching it and opening the side door next to the main gate. I walk straight ahead until I reach Ariel's house just off Capitol Court. Ariel's right at the front doors with her angry scowl to let me in. The slumber party's just me, Ariel, and Bailey this time. Turns out Mona Abels is homesick with food poisoning. We all talked to Mona via video chat. She was feeling okay to talk to us, but she still couldn't make it tonight. I had food poisoning myself before, so I know how bad it hits you. When we're done talking to Mona, Ariel turns to me and gives me a hard time about the $100 I asked for the game box. Then she hooks up this console I ain't never seen before called the Virtua. She said she bought it from some junk store at the mall and turns it on. I got to look this console over at the store, Mouse, Ariel tells me. I bet you don't have this game on your game box. She holds up what looks like gaming goggles. I don't think yours can even play VR. Nope, I agree. It can play PS4 games, but not the VR part. I smirk. That's what my souped-up gaming PC's for. Ariel wants to growl at me, but she stays composed. The game is called Christmas Arcadia. Ever heard of it? I shake my head slowly. Can't say I have. Is it a homebrew? Ariel's looking at me funny. Homebrew? Now she's shaking her head fast. What? Games that developers make for older consoles no longer support it, I explain. I got some of them games for my older systems and even my PSVR. Ariel groans. Whatever, you little mutant. You and all your technical talk. All I want to show you is that I got the Virtua with everything here for a mere $50. You were going to charge me $100. Like I said, it was to buy everything to build the game box, I emphasized. But if you found this console for half of what I quoted you, good for you. But only one game. My game box has tens of thousands of games. Now Ariel's growling at me. As usual, she can't scare me or get under my skin. Then she tightens her fists. I hate you. I just smile a little and wait for Ariel to tell me to leave. She don't. I think somewhere deep down, she really appreciates her friendship with me. May I play the game? I ask. Yes, I want you to. Ariel hands me the controllers and explains how to work them. When I'm ready, she slips the goggles on me. Whoa! I shriek when I see how amazing the graphics are. You say this console was made back in the Atari 2600 days? That's a long time ago. That's what the guy running the junk store told me, Ariel confirms. I'd love to see what's inside the console, I say. No way I'm letting you take it apart, Mouse, Ariel sneers. Go ahead and play. Bailey and I can watch you on the TV here. Oh, like the PSVR, I say. Got it. I start Christmas Arcadia. It's easy to walk through the virtual environment. These graphics are truly amazing. Even the PSVR and Oculus ain't got graphics this good. Everything here looks so incredibly real. I walk into the village and look around. I can even go into the random shops. I know in the real world I ain't really walking, but here it's like the controllers and the goggles know what I want to do, and I do it in the game. I see myself moving around like in the real world. I can even feel things when I touch them, including picking up and holding stuff. Getting back to the game, I walk around the village until I find the square and see the Christmas Queen herself sitting on a throne in a gazebo there. Wow, I want to know what kind of gaming engine this is. I really want to know what kind of hardware from back in the golden age of video games is supporting this engine. Sure ain't the Unreal Engine. When I get closer to the Christmas Queen, I start feeling uneasy. Madeline, stop! Mary? I utter. What? The Christmas Queen raises her scepter. Approach your queen, mortal! I gasp when I feel myself suddenly being pulled her way. No, you shall not lay claim to her, I hear Mary Worth say to the Christmas Queen. Flee, Madeline! And then I hear Ariel and Bailey asking me who I'm talking to. They can't see Mary Worth, which is good. I really don't want them knowing my secret. I turn and run from the Christmas Queen. I got a gut feeling and glance over my shoulder to see I'm right. The Queen's chasing me, literally flying after me. I duck into one of the shops and slam the door. I gotta get out of here fast. You cannot escape me, little one, I hear just outside. She's gotta be homing in on the signal projected through the goggles and controllers. I gotta get rid of them. In the real world, I'm feeling I can't move. In this virtual world, I walk to the back room, and then I see the mirror and rush to it to quickly say Mary Worth's name 3 times. However, instead of Mary claiming my body as her own, I'm feeling a powerful feedback that cuts the connection between the virtual world and the real one. Suddenly, I'm back in Ariel's house again. I can finally lose the gear. You okay, Mouse? Bailey asks. Wow, you're really sweating. After putting the gear down, I look at Ariel. You gotta take this console back. Something's really wrong with it. You don't know what it can do. Ariel laughs scornfully at me. Wow, you're telling me you finally found a game even you can't beat? And it's even one that came out before our time. What a loser. I'm serious, Ariel, I cry. Please, just take it back. I'll give you my game box to give to your cousin. You don't even have to pay for nothing. Just take this console back. Bailey ain't sure what to think, but Ariel keeps laughing it up. Then she pinches my cheeks gently and teases me. Oh, you're so cute when you're mad, Mouse. I'll get you some cheese. I'm being serious, I return. Something's wrong with that console. There's evil in it. To my surprise, Bailey actually takes my side. I think Mouse is right, Ariel. We really don't know enough about the Virtua to... Ariel folds her arms in front of her and gets mad. Since when do you agree with that stupid little squeaker on anything, Bailey? You don't even like her. Bailey gasps. Then she points right at Ariel. That's not true. And what you just called Mouse was uncalled for. For the first time, Bailey gives Ariel a piece of her mind. You're the one who doesn't like her, Ariel. The only reason you even invite Mouse to our slumber parties every Friday night is to try and scare her or humiliate her or make her cry. And when you can't, you take it out on Mona and me when Mouse isn't around. Ariel gets real mad now. You know what? You can both just get out of my house. While you're at it, Bailey, you can tell Mona I'm done with her too. I befriended you three, and this is all the thanks I get? Well, you know what? I don't need any of you. She points to the front doors. Just get out! I sigh and bow my head. Aw, man. I go and get my backpack. Before I leave, I make one last attempt to beg Ariel to get rid of that Virtua console. Ariel glares at me as she points past me to the front door again. Just get out, you nerdy little twerp! Then she shoves me hard to the door. Get out! And don't you ever come back here! Ariel finally gets what she wants. Normally, I'm pretty laid back, but I can't believe she really attacked me like that. I'm feeling pretty choked up now as I get up and walk out of Ariel's front doors for the last time. I'm so choked up now that I can't help it and start crying at knowing I just lost my friend. This really hurts deep inside. Mouse! Bailey calls out. I wait for her. When she reaches me, oh, yeah, she's seeing me crying. Much to my surprise, she actually hugs me. I'm so sorry. I like you, Mouse, I really do. I can't help myself. I hug Bailey back and cry on her shoulder. I just can't believe Ariel Mirren attacked me like that. I got a very bad feeling things are gonna get real bad.
Did you hear that? Better check the locks on your doors. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Perspective, Ariel Mirren. I've got the whole house to myself now. I don't need those stupid girls as friends. In fact, I'll go out and make some new friends over the holiday break. Even better, I think I'll head into the village and get some right now. Tonight doesn't have to be a total loss. Wait a minute. I've still got the Virtua console here. Okay, I'm not a gamer like Mouse, but I want to play Christmas Arcadia again. At least I'll have something to talk about with Stuart on Christmas Day. The console's already hooked up and turned on. I reapply the gear and go back in. I'm walking around in this truly amazing VR world and really loving this Christmas wonderland again. There's snow covering the grass and on just the right parts of these stores and houses. Out of curiosity, I reach down and... No way! I can actually pick up and hold the snow in my hands. I even feel the cold winds making me shiver some. Even the snow wets my hands. I remember the Christmas Queen and walk to where I first saw her in the village square. Sure enough, she's sitting on her throne in the gazebo. I knew that you could not resist returning, Ariel Mirren. Come closer. I walk to her and stop directly in front of her. I don't understand why Mouse got so scared. I even heard her say Mary Worth's name 3 times. Ugh, I still get shivers down my back when I think about that slumber party after the school year started, where we all saw that ghastly woman for the first time. Except for Mouse. Still, did she actually see Bloody Mary in here somewhere? It's time for you to repay the debt that is owed, Ariel Mirren, the Christmas Queen says. And you shall begin by assisting me in a most important task. Thinking this is just part of the game, I ask, what's the task? The Christmas Queen smiles. You shall become my vessel in the mortal realm and possess my limitless power, and all that I require are your hands. Then she holds out both of hers. Now I have this really bad feeling in my gut. How do you know my name again? I know I never told you my name. Suddenly, the Christmas Queen snatches my wrists. You were a bargain made to me before your time. I gave your mother her life's desires. In return, I am to have your life. First, I require your body so that I may enter the mortal realm. Then, every day shall be Christmas. Yes, I shall give those greedy mortals their deepest desires. In return, I shall possess their very souls. No! I cry out as I struggle to get free, but Queen Arcadia is so strong. Suddenly, I feel a powerful surge throughout my body. Then Arcadia fires twin eye beams directly into my eyes. I'm now weak and powerless to resist or move away. And then I'm suddenly feeling so incredibly powerful, like the world is mine. Wow. Arcadia just wanted to share her power with me. I just have to let her be me. I want to keep feeling all this incredible power. And then I feel Queen Arcadia is truly a part of me. I know exactly what I must do. And I have all the powers of the Christmas Queen at my command, just like she promised. In fact, I now have my plan for bringing everlasting Christmas to the mortal realm. I feel I'm still me, only now I'm so much more. The Christmas Queen claimed me and remade me. I know I'm also Arcadia. Now it's time for me to leave the virtual realm and journey to the mortal one. From there, I shall claim 4 souls that shall grant me the immense power I require to merge the mortal realm with my virtual realm, to make Christmas everlasting. And that's only going to be the beginning of my conquest of the mortals themselves. I make a fist and squeeze it as I feel the green fire that I can now channel. Simply amazing. Well, I need 4 souls. I smirk when I easily think of what 4 souls I'll take. Madeline Donnerly escaped once. She won't do so again. In fact, I'll save her for the endgame. I raise both of my fists, now burning with power. I use that power and rip open the fabric of time and space, creating a portal to the mortal realm. Upon stepping through it, I drop the controllers and remove the goggles, seeing myself in a nearby mirror. I'm disgusted with my clothes. Using my new powers, I quickly reconfigure my clothing into something more stylish. When I finish, I know exactly how to deal with Madeline Donnerly. But first, perspective, Mona Abels. I groan again when my stomach hurts. I'm so hungry. That's it. I'm getting out of here and getting something to eat. After I get cleaned up and put fresh clothes on, I go downstairs. There's a note from Mom and Dad saying they're next door playing board games with the McClellans, and there's food in the fridge. I open it and see Dad definitely cooked lasagna. Gross. I appreciate Dad tried to cook food when Mom and I both got sick from food poisoning, but he just can't cook, period. When I feel the hunger rip my tummy again, I know exactly where I'm going. Denoyer's Grill, here I come. I'm thinking about my favorite bacon cheeseburger platter with a tall glass of Coke. Even the thought of Denoyer's incredible pumpkin silk pie makes my stomach really rumble. After I put my jacket on and head outside, I see someone standing at the edge of my sidewalk. Hello? I utter. The figure points right at me. I can tell it's another girl when I see her pigtails. Suddenly, her body comes to life with bright light. Glad to see you're feeling so much better, Mona, she says. Ariel? I gasp. She sneers. Ariel Mirren is gone. The name's Arcadia now. And you are mine. I shriek and quickly duck when Ariel shoots these blasts from her hands at me. Since when could she do that? You can't escape me, Mona, Ariel cries gleefully. There's nowhere you can run. I get up and run out back, and then this surge of electricity shoots from underneath the porch light and right in front of me. It transforms into Ariel. Her bleach blonde hair is glowing. She's also wearing 80s fashion, a green top, a glistening skirt, red tights, glistening leg warmers, and even LA Gear high tops. Ariel points at me. I told you there's no escape, Mona. I turn to run again, but I'm suddenly stopped. Ariel's new power surrounds me. Soon I'm encased in some kind of glass I can't break. I turn and face her. Why are you doing this? She smiles a wicked smile. 1 down, 3 to go. Then I shall remake the mortal realm in my image. You should be pleased that you're going to assist me in making Christmas a forever event instead of only once a year. You shall see when I enslave this world. Stop this, Ariel, I shout. I quickly go for my phone. Oh no. Stupid me left it in my room. I can't text the others to warn them. There's nothing I can do. I sigh sadly as Ariel makes us both disappear. Perspective, Bailey Downs. I can tell Mouse is still pretty upset. To be honest, so am I. I knew Ariel Mirren was someone who always had to have her way all the time when Mona and I first met her. Still, she called us her friends, even though she had funny ways of showing her friendship. But tonight, I can't believe Ariel lost it like that and lashed out at us. She went too far when she pushed Mouse. I walk with Mouse back to her place. We don't really talk a whole lot. I know there's definitely tension between us. Even though Mouse is always a laid-back kind of person, I feel she's always kept her guard up around Mona and me. Okay, I'll be honest here. Mona and I didn't really like Mouse when we first met her. We tolerated her because we knew Ariel liked her. Even though Mona and I would never admit it, Mouse got to grow on us. We really liked having her around. When Mouse and I reach her house, we face each other. You gonna be okay? I ask her. Mouse sighs. Are you? Now I sigh myself. Ariel did go off on both of us, didn't she? Then I finally decide right then and there to take that first step. Mouse, why don't you just come spend the night at my place tonight? We'll have our own little slumber party, you and me. Mouse considers me. No offense, but you hosted a slumber party at your house before and, it didn't go very well. I laugh a little. Yeah, you're right. It was rather interesting with all 4 of us cramped up in my little attic bedroom. Then Mouse meets me halfway. You can spend the night here, Bailey. Mom and Dad know you, so they ain't gonna care. Okay, sure. I'm pretty sure Mona and I have never been in Mouse's house. We've just never been over here. I don't even know that Ariel's ever been over here. Mouse opens the front door and waves for me to come on in. Her parents are sitting on the living room couch together watching TV. I can't believe that woman is really Mouse's mom. If I didn't know better, she kinda looks like Violet from Friday the 13th Part 5. Mouse brought her box set of those movies over to Ariel's Halloween weekend slumber party for us to binge. We actually got through every movie in the entire set. Anyway, Mouse's mom looks so retro punk, and her dad, well, he just looks like a normal average kind of guy. Cute, though. You aren't staying the night at Ariel's? Her mom asks in her silky voice. Then she sees I'm with her. Is everything all right, Maddie? Yeah, Mom, Mouse lies. Ariel had something come up and Mona's sick. It's just going to be me and Bailey. Her dad looks our way. There's plenty of pizza on the kitchen counter. Help yourselves. Sounds good, Mouse says. Then she motions for me to come upstairs with her. When we reach her room, there's a sign on her door that says, Welcome to the Mouse Hole. Wow. My eyes go wide when Mouse brings me into her room. I mean, this bedroom is a total geek's paradise. She's got multiple video game consoles neatly displayed on shelves. She even has a few full-sized arcade games. Donkey Kong and Gauntlet Dark Legacy. There are posters for horror movies all over the walls. She even has collectible horror figures still in their original packaging. Then I see her desk with a soldering gun and something she was working on. It's the bed that actually surprises me, though. A bunk bed. Welcome to my little mouse hole in the wall, Bailey, Mouse jokes, putting her backpack down. Got a bed you want to claim? To Top bunk? I ask. It's yours. She opens up a mini fridge. Want a Coke? Yes. So Mouse and I are having sodas together. She can tell I'm really amazed by her bedroom. Oh, my family's well off, she says. Mom and Dad bought me game consoles every birthday and Christmas since I was 4. Dad also gave me all of his. The arcade cabinets were pretty beat up when Dad brought them here for me. I restored them and put Raspberry Pis inside. Those are little computers kind of like the ones that run phones. Now they can play so many games, including the original ROMs the cabinets have. She smiles a little. What you want to do? Mouse and I are eating pizza and watching Christmas horror movies on the bottom bunk. We actually both came out of our shells with each other a little more. We even laughed hard at how cheesy some of these movies really are, especially Santa's sleigh. We both admit it's not like being at Ariel's, but we're having a great time. Then Mouse looks my way. You think Mona's feeling okay? I'm thinking maybe we should invite her over. I nod quickly. Yeah, let's talk to her. Can you get her on your computer? Sure. We pause the movie and get off the bunk. Mouse brings up Facebook Messenger and clicks on the group chat. Then she clicks on Mona's pic, followed by the phone symbol. No answer, I wonder. Maybe she's sleeping or went out, Mouse asks. I quickly get my phone and try calling her. Straight to voicemail. I look at Mouse funny. Mona never turns her phone off. Then I leave a brief message and hang up. Mouse is to the point. None of us turn our phones off. We just look at each other for a moment. Okay, we agree something's wrong here, Mouse, but what do we do about it? We can either wait for Mona to turn her phone back on and get your message, or we can go look for ourselves, Mouse answers. I consider it. Then I tell her, let's not jump to conclusions yet. How about this? Let's finish the movie, and if we don't hear from Mona when the credits roll, I'll call her again, and if she still don't answer, we go look for her. Sounds good.
Don't go away. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Mouse and I finish Santa's sleigh and our slices of pizza. Mona still isn't answering her phone. True to our plan, Mouse and I put our shoes and coats on and head downstairs. Mouse's parents are still up. We're heading downtown, Mouse tells them. Her mom looks at us. Seriously, Maddie, why don't you just move your things into Roth's Rings? As much time as you spend there. Mouse laughs a little. Funny, Mom. Oh, wait a minute. Her dad suddenly gets up and comes over to us. He whips out his wallet and gives Mouse some money. How about bringing home some more coffee? Sure, she says. The usual? Yeah, the usual for me, her dad says. Bring home some more of that Death Wish Christmas coffee, Mouse's mom tells her. I'll get 2 bags of Ginger Dead, Mouse tells her. We've been drinking it pretty good, huh? When we leave the house, I tell Mouse, I can't believe your parents are so laid back. She shrugs. Yeah, they know I'm always okay, long as they know where I'm going. Mouse and I walk a few blocks and head into downtown Village. Soon we walk into Roth's Rings. There are people hanging out on Friday night as usual. We recognize some people from school. Then we see Carter Cross finishing a game. He's surprised when he sees Mouse and me. Mouse immediately tells him everything that happened. Yeah, Mouse ain't gonna lie to her best friend. Carter actually lives next door to her. Then Carter gives me a quick glance. You both okay? He asks. We tell him we are. Then I mention that we're looking for Mona and can't get a hold of her. Now Carter's concerned. Want me to help you find her? Would ya? Mouse replies. I can tell you both for sure Mona ain't in here, Carter says. I know, 'cause I've been in here for the last couple of hours with the guys. He nods down the road. You think she might have gone to the movies? The theater started staying open later tonight for the holiday break. I shake my head quickly. No, Mona always texts me when she wants to go to the movies. Hey, where are Horton, Chapman, and Chunker anyway? Mouse asks. They left a bit ago, Carter replies. But I'm here and I'll help you. Let's go. 1 sec, Mouse says. We go to the counter with Mouse so she can buy the coffee for her parents. When we're done, we leave Roth's Rings and head back to Mouse's house so she can drop off the coffee and the change. Then we head off and walk around the village. There's a few more places open late where people hang out on Friday nights. Carter even calls out to Denoyer's Grill. Sometimes Mona will go out there when she really gets the munchies. Carter hangs up and shakes his head a little. No go. I talked to Denoyer himself. He knows Mona and she ain't been there tonight. I groan. You guys, I really am worried now. Where else can we look? Carter asks. Even Mouse is stumped, but she has a suggestion. It's been some time. Maybe we can head back to Roth's Rings and see again. Feeling it was worth a shot, we head back. We go in and look. Still no Mona. But it ain't long before Ariel comes in. We're all quite surprised at her appearance. She looks like she swiped Doc Brown's DeLorean and treated herself to a full makeover in 1985. And pigtails? Ariel wastes no time coming our way. You people look like you've lost somebody, she says. I'm still upset at Ariel and want to yell at her, but I'm really worried about my friend. Have you seen Mona? She's not home. We've been looking everywhere for her. Ariel smiles a little. I think I saw her at one of the nearby cafes. Which one? Carter asks. I'll take you there. I was heading that way myself. We leave Roth's Rings and walk with Ariel. Where'd you see Mona? Mouse asks Ariel, sounding reluctant to talk to her. I'm taking you all to her, Ariel replies. We walk for a little bit and pass Big Ed's soda parlor. Then Ariel turns down the alley next to it. You said it was one of the cafes, Carter said. I never said this street, Ariel replies. Andy's China Dragon is open all night too. I groan a little and follow Ariel. Both Ariel and I know that Mona loves Chinese food. Andy's China Dragon is really good for a village Asian place. Like Denoyer's Grill and Roth's Rings, they're always open. We walk through the alley until we come to the end. What the? Carter utters when the scenery suddenly changes. Everything looks just like that video game Mouse was playing at Ariel's before Ariel went all spaz on us. As we're looking around, we'd swear we're not in Strickfield anymore. Are we really in that Christmas Arcadia video game itself now? Looking at everything, we see this immense VR world, without goggles or headsets. Suddenly, Ariel turns and shoves Mouse hard for a second time to make her fall onto some nearby snow. How do you like the game now, you little insect? Carter quickly gets in between them. Stop it, Ariel! Now! To the surprise of Mouse and me, Ariel easily shoves Carter out of the way. Carter works out and can easily pick any of us up like pillows, especially little Mouse. Why are you doing this? Mouse shouts at Ariel. All because of a game box? Ariel laughs. Oh, this is much more than a pathetic little game box. She talks to me, too. And as for Mona, I have her. Suddenly, we find ourselves in the village square. At the very center is a gazebo with a throne. And then we see her inside a glowing glass container. Mona! I shriek. Help! Mona cries out. Ariel's gone crazy! Have I? Ariel cheers. Then she looks at us as Carter joins. Now she raises her finger. If you ever want to see Mona again, or leave my realm, all you have to do is just defeat me. And then Ariel holds out her hands like claws and makes Christmas red and green fireballs. Holding them in her hands, she smiles wickedly. Who dares to challenge my power first?
You're not safe yet. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Perspective, Carter Cross. I really ain't believing what I'm seeing. First, Her Royal Highness is really strong. Now she has powers? Well, this is Strickfield, right? Or at least, it was. Bailey quickly looks at Madeline and me. You guys are gamers. What do we do? Run, Madeline yells. The three of us turn and run as fast as we can. If I gotta guess, I'd say we're gonna get away from Ariel and regroup. Then we'll figure out how we're gonna save Mona and get out of here. No! Ariel yells. You will not run from your queen. This is my kingdom, and you will obey my will. I so command it. I just barely see one of Ariel's fireballs out of the corner of my eye and quickly dive at Madeline, taking her down into some snow before the green flame can hit her. Thanks, buddy, she says. I quickly get off her and yank her back to her feet. Come on! Bailey points to an alley. This way! I'm ready to tell her I ain't going down no more alleys when a red fireball nearly misses me. I groan and quickly follow the girls. I can't believe Ariel's still upset about Mouse's game box, Bailey says. I'm thinking it's more than my little game box, you guys, Madeline tells us. I don't know her queenship the way you girls do, I tell them. We thought we knew Ariel, Bailey says. When a green fireball nearly misses her, she turns quickly and screams, Why, Ariel? I quickly yank Bailey out of the way of another green fireball. Then we come out the other end of the alley and head down a street. Soon a horse and carriage nearly runs us down. We look and see Ariel's manning it. You might as well just give up, Ariel points to us. You're in my world now. I rule over all here. Everything you see is my property. She sneers at us now. And since I see all of you, I'd say you're my property too. Ariel stands up and fires 2 red beams from her eyes. I quickly push Madeline out of the way and take the hit for her. Ugh, feels like Truck Tucker just plowed right over me. Truck's the heaviest guy on our football and basketball teams at Strickfield Junior High. I can tell you firsthand, being run over by Truck ain't fun. I groan and try shaking it off. Then I feel Madeline and Bailey grabbing me. We gotta move, Madeline tells me. Trying, I reply. We run into a nearby shop. I finish shaking Ariel's eye-beams off and turn away from the girls. I quickly slam the door and pull the heavy wooden bar down across it. You think that'll keep Ariel out? Bailey asks. Maybe it'll slow her down, I answer. Let's keep moving, Madeline says. As we're turning to go, we hear Ariel just outside. Really? You think a locked door can keep me out? Fools. Suddenly, the door is reduced to whatever the VR version of ash is. Anyway, Ariel comes right in. Her fists are burning green and red. She's ready to throw some more fireballs. Then she looks right at me and laughs scornfully. No Coke for me this time, peasant boy. Not when you still owe me a case, I tell her. Okay, I know I'm probably playing with fire here, but Ariel looks mad now. But I'm so thirsty. Then I forget Ariel's literally playing with fire, and she reminds me when she hits me with her eye beams again. I groan hard and feel I'm flat on my back. Man, sure feels like Truck Tucker ran me over 3 times, back to back. I turn and manage to sit with my back to the wall. The next thing I know, Ariel's right in front of me and lowering herself to look at me. Run, girls! I quickly tell them. Carter! Madeline cries. No! Bailey grabs her arm. Come on, Mouse. There's nothing we can do for Carter. Madeline's shaking now. She tightens her fists and yells. Why, Ariel? Come on! Bailey grabs her arm again. Let's go! Ariel looks over her shoulder. Run, insect. Run as far as you can. I'm saving you for the final act of our little... Yes. Since you love horror movies so much, we'll call this little scenario a horror movie. And you get to be the star. You ain't getting away with this, Ariel, Madeline yells. We're gonna stop you. When the girls get away, Ariel turns back to me. You know, Carter, Bailey really made me mad the other day when we were talking. I'll bet you can't guess what she said. I just groan now. Do I even care? Ariel laughs. Bailey made a joke about you and me. She said she knows I like you. She said that I was going to be your high school girlfriend and then marry you. She laughs harder. I got mad and told her you're nothing but a brainless oaf. Why would I even consider a low-life worm like you? What would you have to offer me? I really groan now. Yeah, you're right. You being my girl would be a fate worse than death. I don't know why I ever asked you out at the mall that night. Yup, that made Ariel mad. Then consider yourself departed, Carter. Because you belong to your Christmas queen now, you'll make another beautiful piece for my gazebo with Mona. But I don't just lay there and let Ariel have her way with me. I make one last attempt to get away and shove her and make her fall on her butt. Still feeling those last eye beams as I get up and make for the open back door, I dive right through it just as Ariel's beams narrowly miss me. I stagger and make myself run again. I know I gotta find Madeline and Bailey. I manage to run almost a block before Ariel clips my foot with her beams. I cry out when it feels like my leg got swept right out from underneath me. I fall on my back and know Ariel's coming. Are you really that afraid of little old me, Carter? Ariel teases, reaching me. I can't possibly understand why. I mean, you only have the weight of all those muscles, right? And then there's skinny little me. Why, I'm just a poor little rich girl who loves being pampered. You could say I just love getting my way. And that's where you come in. No, I'll never marry you, and I will make Bailey pay for even thinking that pitiful notion up. But don't worry, Carter. You will be spending the rest of your life with me. You're going to be my personal servant. Yeah. My manservant. Your sole purpose will be to serve your queen. Aw, no way, I growl and spring to my feet. And still you run from me. Ariel laughs. Let's reenact a scene in one of our friends' favorite horror movies, shall we? Now you can know what it feels like to be in this part of said movie. Suddenly everything changes. It ain't no Christmas Wonderland no more. Now it looks more like a rundown village from straight out of the Middle Ages. And then I see movement ahead and wonder if Ariel got ahead of me. Then these zombies come out of the alley and look right at me. I know they're zombies because their clothes are all tattered and their skin looks rotten. They don't even say anything. They just grumble and stumble towards me. Oh, come on, really? I mutter. I run down one street, then another and another. No matter where I go, there are zombies everywhere. They keep stretching their arms out and growling. I might as well be trapped in some Resident Evil VR game. And then I see the huge flash and look up to see the storm above me. The next thing I know, the rain's just coming down in buckets. Aw, give me a break, Ariel, I yell at the sky. Ain't this supposed to be a Christmas game? Then I hear Ariel's laughter fill the sky. As you wish, peasant boy. Everything changes again. Instead of a rainy horror village, everything's back to the Christmas setting. The zombies change into a holiday nightmare. Now I've got evil reindeer, elves, polar bears, gingerbread man, and anything else you can think of for a horror Christmas. I keep running to try and lose Ariel. Suddenly, these two nutcracker soldiers grab me out of nowhere and lift me right up off the ground. Our Christmas queen requests your presence, mortal, the one on my right says. You will come with us immediately, the other one adds.
I like it spooky. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
I fight to break loose, but they're really strong. They just keep dragging me along like I'm on my way to jail. Truth be told, I'd never really given much thought to Ariel Mirren. Yeah, she's a spoiled rich brat who loves getting her way all the time. She sure loves drinking out of my Coke cans all the time. Makes me think of how nearly everybody at Strickfield Junior High practically bows down to her. Except for Madeline and me. I don't know what's going on here and why things are like this. I gotta talk to Madeline and get the cliff notes from her on this. Bring him to me, I hear Ariel say. When I see Ariel now, I am really mad. I dig down with everything I got and finally break free of these demented nutcracker soldiers. Then I point right at Ariel. You ain't getting away with this, you hear me? But Ariel isn't intimidated at all. Yeah, whatever. I should have ran when I had the chance. Ariel hits me with her eye beams one more time. I'm on the ground again. A few seconds later, she's standing right over me. She actually gives me such a sweet smile now. Man, I hate to admit it, but I actually love seeing Ariel smile. When will you learn, Carter? I always get what I want, and now I want you. From now on, you will serve me as I wish. Her eyes and hands glow now. You are mine. I scream when Ariel uses her powers on me again. When she's done, I'm inside the same kind of glass as Mona. I really groan when Ariel clasps her hands and laughs happily. 2 more, Ariel squeaks. Then it's going to be Christmas every single day. Then she squeaks really loud, like her parents just surprised her with her first car. Okay, I know we ain't old enough to drive yet, but I'm just saying. She seems to be awfully happy thinking about what's about to happen to me. Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. Bailey and I move through building after building. I don't know if we're keeping distance between Ariel and us or not. One thing bothering me, though, is not finding a single mirror in this entire horrible place. Without a mirror, I can't call on Mary Worth. I know she could stop Ariel. Until I can find a mirror, I gotta go on my wits. Bailey and I finally stop to rest. Then I feel her hand on my shoulder. Is this really because you asked Ariel for $100 to build her a game box for her cousin? Bailey asks. Seriously, Mouse? I look at my friend. Where we are, Bailey. We ain't in Strickfield. We're in that VR game from the slumber party. And I'm thinking Ariel ain't herself either. Bailey raises an eyebrow. What are you saying? Well, how many times you seen Ariel get mad at me for not giving her what she wants? And she's gonna finally snap now? I've been thinking about this. Ariel said she got that VR console at the mall, right? Yeah, I was with her. The store was called Tinkers, Bailey tells me. I look at her with wide eyes. Tinkers? Well, that really explains a lot. That's a real game changer here. Bailey gawks at me. What do you mean? You saying Tinkers might have something to do with all this crap? I think that store has everything to do with all of this crap. Bella Tabon, my cousin Aileen's best friend, told me a few stories about Tinkers. Turns out the man himself, Isley Tinker, gets a hold of things. Either they're already cursed or he does something to them, so they do things you may or may not want them doing. Bells told me what a coffee pot from Tinkers did to a skinny geek girl at Strickfield High School. Turned her into a heavily caffeinated lunatic, and Ariel said I was heavily caffeinated earlier. Anyway, you want to track Tinker down after finding out about the thing you bought, forget it. The store ends up disappearing and you ain't never finding it again. Also, the things he sells are just like the cursed antiques from Friday the 13th, the series. Yep, that's right. You ain't gonna destroy them. I don't want to go into everything I know because Cousin Aileen and Bells trust me to keep their hunting of supernatural baddies a secret. I've even been out with them a few times. I take a deep breath and tell Bailey. Now that you said Tinkers, I think the game's doing something to Ariel. I just had a gut feeling she ain't been herself. We gotta figure out what's got a hold on her and break her free. Bailey smiles at me a little. Even though Ariel went off on us earlier, hurt you, You still want to help her? I sigh. Yeah, I know Ariel hurt me, but I'm betting she wasn't herself when she pushed me. I'm gonna do what I gotta do to save her. You want to help me, I could use it. If you're still mad at Ariel, then I get you. But she's still our friend, Bailey, no matter what she's done. Bailey gives me a gentle hug. Maybe that's why we always give you a hard time. You keep us all honest. Then she backs up and looks at me. What are we going to do? We know what Ariel's capable of now. I shrug. I ain't really sure. I don't know how extensive this VR world is. I hate to say it, but this is one game Ariel's mastered, and she ain't no gamer. Suddenly, the door to our building flies apart. Ariel comes right in and looks at us. Then she points right at me. It's not about me being a gamer geek like you pathetic little vermin. Then she laughs coldly. I've been your BFF for years. When will you learn that I'm a Mirren? We Mirrens always get what we want. We play to win. We play for keeps. And above all, we have no friends. Maybe I ain't got no mushroom power-ups, but I toughen up like Mario and tighten my jaw. What you want with Ariel, Queenie? Come on. I know you ain't her. You thinking I don't know she played your evil game and came in here? Ariel laughs like I said something funny. I am me, you pathetic little fool. I'm just so sick and tired of you always being the yin to my yang, watching you win at everything you do. No matter what I did, I just could never beat you at anything. Today, I'm finally going to defeat you. And it's something you hold very dear. This is one video game even you can't beat. Once I've finally defeated you, then I'll claim my prize. Your very soul. I think about it a little more now. On impulse, I dig into my back pocket and grab my smartphone. And forget, I still am not in Strickfield. None of us here have our phones, but when I feel what is in my back pocket, my plan comes together just like that. What? You gonna just stand here and gloat? 'Cause you're always gonna be a spoiled Mirren? I tell her. And after you win today, then what? And after that, then what? And after that, then what? You see where I'm going here? I know the real Ariel Mirren. She ain't never happy with nothing. I look right in Ariel's eyes. I know you can hear me, Ariel, and you ain't never gonna be happy as long as I'm around. Know why? 'Cause you ain't never getting what you want from me. Like I told you before, give me something to be scared about.
Don't go away. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Ariel shakes her head a little like she's having disorientation. Then she focuses again. The next thing Bailey and I know, Ariel unloads her powers on us. Now we're both in them glass bubbles we saw Mona in earlier. Then I got a bad feeling in my tummy that Ariel got Carter too. Aw, man. I see I'm right about Carter when Bailey and I find ourselves in the village square where we first saw Mona in her glass prison. Carter's also with us in his own case. You girls okay? Carter asks us. Still alive, I tell him. But for how much longer? An unwelcomed voice calls out. We all look to see Ariel sitting inside the gazebo on the Christmas Queen's throne. What you gonna do with us? I demand. Ariel laughs. You were definitely right, Madeline Donnerly. I am indeed not Ariel Mirren. I am really Queen Arcadia. Allow me to explain. Many years ago in your mortal realm, a young female computer programmer coded what would become known as Christmas Arcadia. What she had created was a product quite ahead of its time. You would think that it would revolutionize gaming as your parents or even your grandparents would know it. However, the gaming industry refused to give such a credit to a female, and the Virtua console was quietly kept hidden away. Or so it was believed. But my programmer, Adrian Mirren, Ariel's mother, would have the last laugh. She implemented a very powerful software patch that fully upgraded me and allowed me to think and become sentient. Much to both Adrian's disbelief and expectations, I also came to become in possession of great power. Even though I was her creation, I came to evolve into a being far more than anything even Adrian could have ever imagined. Upon learning that I could easily grant her fondest desires, a bargain between Adrian and I was forged. I gave her eternal youth in exchange for creating me. However, I required something far more in return for making Adrian a superior computer programmer and allowing her to become quite wealthy from her skills. Adrian agreed to give me her firstborn to become my vessel, and I would have to be patient and wait for Adrian to find herself a husband. Many years later, Adrian Mirren would finally fulfill her end of our bargain. Ariel's meeting with Isley Tinker today was of no coincidence. Adrian met with him recently, and together they craftfully and carefully planned when Ariel would be maneuvered into Tinker's shop to where he could simply sell her the Virtua Console for almost no money. All that I required was for Ariel to venture into my realm. The first time, she became enthralled and seduced by my virtual realm, which greatly lowered her guard. Upon her return, I had fully gained control of her body as my vessel. Now, Ariel Mirren belongs to Arcadia. As for why I require the four of you, simply put, I require the power of 4 souls to allow the merging of the virtual realm with the mortal realm. Upon completion, Christmas Day shall be as forever as time itself. And what's more is that your people have proven quite greedy and selfish over the years. Every day shall be Christmas Day for them, just as you see it here, in my village, and I shall be queen over all that I see in the mortal realm, enslaving its people to my will. And as for Adrian Mirren, she shall rule at my side, as per our agreement. She created me and made me what I am, so it should only be fair that I share my unlimited power with her. Now, I always knew that the Mirrens were really greedy. I mean, they own the entire Strickfield Commons property now, along with tons of businesses and factories in our area. A few popular magazines said the Mirrens are the top 1% of the top 1%. Bells even mentioned a few times that the Mirrens are known to dabble in dark magic, but hearing about what happened with Ariel just now, oh man, that's just so wrong. Then, Ariel transforms into Queen Arcadia herself. And now it is time to open the portal to the mortal realm again, this time with the addition of your combined life energies. I promise you it shall not hurt a great deal. You will just simply age rapidly as I draw upon your energies to open the portal and merge our realities. I gotta act now. I quickly dig into my back pocket and pull out my compact. I open it, look into the small mirror, and quickly say Merryworth's name 3 times. Perspective, Mona Abels. My jaw drops in wide shock. So do Bailey's and Carter's as Mouse's little compact glows. Then this strange power comes out of the mirror and goes right into Mouse. In seconds, she's... That horrible Bloody Mary! I'll never forget seeing her in Ariel's mirrors just after the school year started. Sometimes I still have nightmares about seeing Bloody Mary. But what's Mouse doing with her? What is this? Queen Arcadia utters, just as shocked as the rest of us. Your evil shall never corrupt the mortal realm, Arcadia, Bloody Mary tells her. Before Arcadia can react, Bloody Mary raises her arms and utters some strange words. I gasp in surprise when we're suddenly freed. Just like that, the glass is gone. Your powers are no match for mine, you accursed witch, Arcadia declares. Your challenge is accepted, Bloody Mary replies. Arcadia starts their fight by shooting these beams from her eyes and knocking Bloody Mary down. Bloody Mary is quickly back to her feet and fires her own magic. Arcadia doesn't stay down either. Your powers are indeed strong, witch, Arcadia says. I think I shall draw upon your energies to merge my realm with the mortal realm. Do not even consider the possibility that I am your inferior, Bloody Mary replies. The two of them continue fighting each other, exchanging one display of power against the other. I really can't believe that this is little Mouse Donnerly taking on Queen Arcadia. Arcadia and Bloody Mary continue to show off their powers. It looks like they're evenly matched. Then Bloody Mary catches a break and is able to take the wind out of Arcadia's sails. She quickly turns to us. I shall return the three of you to the mortal realm now. Then Bailey speaks up. Wait, no! What about Ariel? What about Mouse? Bailey's courage gives me some too. Ariel and Mouse are our friends. We're not leaving them behind. The girls are right, Madeline, Carter agrees. Can't you free Ariel from Arcadia's control? I am not Madeline Donnerly, Carter Cross. Madeline is merely my vessel. I may only possess her when she summons me to do so. Mary pauses. It looks like she's thinking. Are you sure that you wish to do this, Madeline? The risk may be far greater than you can comprehend. Another pause. Can Bloody Mary and Mouse talk to each other somehow? Very well. I only pray that you succeed in your plan. Bloody Mary has Mouse's compact in her hand now, just as Queen Arcadia is ready to fight again. It shall not be I with whom you shall do battle any longer, Bloody Mary tells her. Then her spirit leaves Mouse and goes back into the mirror. Are you crazy, Mouse? I ask her. None of us is a match for Queen Arcadia. I don't know how, but turn back into Bloody Mary. Maybe we ain't, Mona, Mouse replies. But I bet you anything I know who is.
Did you hear that? Better check the locks on your doors. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
We watch as Mouse turns around to face Queen Arcadia. Come on, Ariel. I know you can hear me in there somewhere. Your efforts shall prove most futile, little one, Arcadia sneers. Ariel Mirren is mine. Oh yeah? Mouse fires back. Who says? Come on, Ariel. I know you're hearing me in there. Ain't you supposed to be the queen of Strickfield Junior High? Ain't you used to always get in your way? How many times you always rub in people's faces in it that you rule our school? How many times you gotta remind people you're a Mirren? You're really gonna let Arcadia rule you now? Come on, Ariel. I know you're hearing me. Then Carter points at Arcadia. You still owe me a case of Coke, Ariel. I ain't about to just kiss that off. He smirks now. Then again, you can't really drink any more of my sodas if you belong to Arcadia, right? You ain't throwing no more Friday night slumber parties if you belong to Arcadia, I throw in. And then Bailey finishes with, I understand if you feel you can't have your way with Arcadia. Then she approaches Mouse and puts a hand on her shoulder. I mean, you can't even deal with your little mouse problem, right? Arcadia laughs scornfully. You mortals are so foolish to believe that you're... No! You shall not fight me! You are my vessel! Your mother sold you to me! Cease fighting me at once! I get on Mouse's other side. Yeah, Ariel. You want this squeaky little rodent to keep walking around your school like she owns the place? How's that one saying go? Oh, right. When the cat's away, the mouse here is going to play. Yeah, Ariel, Mouse chimes in. I'm gonna rule Strickfield Junior High School now. She raises her finger. First thing, I'm gonna declare the school an Ariel Mirren-free zone. Everybody can walk the halls like they own them now. What you gonna do about it, Ariel? Huh? Arcadia is shaking more now. Cease fighting me. Let me out! We hear Ariel yelling from somewhere. You hear me? You're nothing but computer code. I'm Ariel Mirren and I want out. That shall not, Arcadia utters shakingly, before these ripples of energy start flashing from cracks appearing all over her body. Then Mouse jumps up and down, laughing as she waves her arms and sings, I'm gonna rule the school. I'm gonna rule the school. Then Arcadia screams. Bailey and I quickly take Mouse down. Then Carter lays on top of us. We don't see Queen Arcadia explode, but we can see the bright flash of light that says she did. We wait right where we are for a little bit. We only move when Carter finally gets off us. We all turn to see Ariel laying face down, with her normal clothes and wavy hair. We quickly go to her. Ariel? Mouse asks. Then she shakes her head. Ariel! Ariel groans a little. Then we suddenly realize it's freezing and look around. We're in the middle of Gunter Square, Carter tells us. We're back home in Strickfield. Carter takes off his jacket and quickly puts it on Ariel as she sits up. Then she looks right at Mouse and gets real mad. You will never rule my school, Mouse. I hate you. Then she looks at the rest of us. And what are you people looking at? Bailey and I quickly hug Ariel. You're back, I cry excitedly. Ariel hesitates at first. Then she hugs Bailey and me back. After a little bit, we come apart. It's really cold out here, Ariel says, sticking her arms inside the sleeves of Carter's jacket. Let's get you home, I say. Then Ariel seems to remember. Mona? You're feeling better? Yeah, I was, going to come to my slumber party after all? Ariel finishes for me with an eyebrow raised. You still want to have your slumber party? Bailey asks. It's Friday night, Ariel snaps. Of course, I'm having my slumber party. Then she looks really let down. I heard everything Queen Arcadia said. Now she's starting to cry. Mom, you guys are welcome to come to my place, Mouse offers. It's just a block that way. Ariel doesn't say anything, but she lets Mona and I escort her to Mouse's place. I've never seen Ariel this hard hit. To think that Ariel's own mother offered her in exchange for power and riches. Ariel's not only finding out that Mirrens will turn on their own, she's also finding out that she's truly alone in the world now. Well, not exactly. She's got all of us. We've all just been through a strange ordeal together. Now it's up to Ariel to adjust to everything that's happened. December 25th, Sunday. Perspective, Madeline Donnerly. We didn't end up going to my place after all. No, we ended up heading back to the Mirren-gated community. Ariel was only feeling down before she got real mad. She wanted to go back home, and she wanted all of us to come with her. Yup, even Carter. I knew things were going to get real because Ariel never let Carter come to her house before. As soon as we all got in the front door, Ariel tightened her fists and screamed for her mom at the top of her lungs. I ain't going to go into every teensy-weensy little detail, but let's just say it was real bad. To give you the Cliff Notes version, Ariel called her mom out on the deal she made with Queen Arcadia. What's more, her mom didn't even try apologizing or saying anything about making a mistake or whatnot. Adrian Mirren actually ended up calling Ariel a spoiled little brat, and, well, like I said, it was real bad. End result? Ariel said she was leaving. Her mom asked her where she was going to live in the most scornful tone I'd ever heard from her. From any woman, for that matter, let alone a mother. Her dad was also there, and believe me, he wasn't caring nothing about Ariel neither. Seriously, what is freaking wrong with these people? And now, I got a new bunkmate here at the mouse hole. Yup, Ariel's living here with me now. I guess it fell on me. 1, Carter's a guy, and it wouldn't look good if she was living at his place. 2, Bailey's family ain't got room in their little house. 3, Mona's family ain't got room neither. So, that left only me. To be honest, I really wasn't sure Mom and Dad would have let her stay with us. All I had to tell them was Ariel had a really bad falling out with her parents. My mom and dad let Ariel explain her side of things to him, not mentioning all the magic stuff and the Virtua console from Tinker's, obviously. In the end, they let her stay, so long as she followed the house rules and did whatever they asked, chores and stuff. I'm laying on the lower bunk, and it's Christmas morning. Yeah, you just know Ariel wanted to be tops. Ariel will never change in that way. I know you're awake down there, Mouse, she says. Yup, I tell her. You sleep good? No. I'm still mad. I sigh sadly. I'm really sorry, Ariel. I know I gotta be the last person on the planet you wanted to have to live with and all. Her finger shoots down and points right at me. You stop right there. Ariel climbs down from the top bunk and sits on the lower bunk with me. That's not why I'm mad, Mouse. I'm not even mad at you, believe it or not. I mean, I know I should be, but I'm just not. What did I do that you would want to be mad at me for? I ask. Ariel laughs. Then she tells me, you are my mortal enemy. You're the good to my evil. You're the one person I want to destroy. For the longest time, Mom and Dad kept telling me I needed to be really aggressive if I want to succeed in life. So I managed to take control of Strickfield Junior High. All except for you and Carter. I even invited you to my slumber parties because I'm obsessed with wanting to scare you and make you look bad in front of Mona and Bailey. I wanted to use you to prove my authority and my dominance. She sighs. You became the one person I always looked forward to fighting with, each and every day. Ever since the 3rd grade, you've always been the mouse to my being a cat. Yeah, I getcha, I say. And now that you're living here in the mouse hole with me, I sigh. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. But you gotta admit your mom was right when she asked you where you were gonna live. You gotta live somewhere, Ariel. You can't live out in the cold and with no one to be with. I know. She starts crying a little. I just can't believe that Mouse, as badly as I've treated you all these years, that you still brought me here to live with you. I sit up and look at her now. 'Cause you're my friend, Ariel. Even after what happened on Friday? I know it wasn't you, I tell her. I know Queen Arcadia got in your head. You and me? We're all good. Then I take her hand and wrap my pinky finger with hers. Pinky promise. She wipes away some tears now. But how can I face everybody at school after Christmas vacation is over? You just know they're all going to find out about what happened to me. Like my dad told you, you just gotta take it one day at a time, I remind her. Don't worry. You got all of us. We all got your back. And then Ariel suddenly wraps me up in her arms, something she rarely ever does. We hug each other for a long while. Mouse, I know what you're feeling, Ariel. Right back at you. Then we finally come apart. I hear my phone. Then I pick it up. Mom and Dad say it's time to come downstairs and start off Christmas morning. You ready, Ariel? Ariel takes a deep breath and nods. We get up and go to the door. As we're about to leave, she turns and points right at me. I hate you, Mouse. All I do is smile at my new roomie, knowing she's back. Yeah, it's gonna take Ariel some time adjusting to living with us now, but I think everything's gonna work out. We leave our room and go downstairs to get our Donnerly Christmas morning started. Mom and Dad even got presents for Ariel under the tree. I think, for the first time ever, Ariel's actually happy on Christmas morning. I mean, after what just happened, I could only imagine how Christmas must have been like for her back inside the Mirren wall. Also, I better mention, the others don't seem to remember about me and Mary Worth. As soon as we were all safe and sound, I talked to Mary. She went to the others and used her white magic to make them forget seeing Mary possess me. It ain't that I don't trust everybody. I just don't want them looking at me different because of my supernatural relationship with Mary. As for the Virtua console at Ariel's former house, Mary saw it sitting on Adrian's dresser in her bedroom and easily grabbed it into the mirror with her. Remember, there ain't no destroying things from Tinkers, so Mary's keeping the Virtua safe with her. As for the rest of our holiday break from school, our group started getting together more. No, we don't have slumber parties at Ariel's house no more. I ended up taking over by hosting movie nights at my place on Friday nights now, which means even the guys get to join in. Even Mom and Dad join us for the fun sometimes. This change is an adjustment for all of us, but at least Ariel's happy to be with all of us, even if she won't admit it. And she still manages to swipe Carter's sodas. Anyway, here's to hoping you all have a great holiday season. And don't worry, we're definitely coming back with some more adventures down the pike. Happy holidays. Well, my spookies, I hope you enjoyed this mega compilation of Strickfield novellas as much as I did. It's interesting how horror can really put you in the holiday spirit, but it really works for me, and I have a feeling it works for all of you too. So, make sure you're subscribed because we're not done yet. There's still many more brand new holiday horror stories and one more novella to be released this season. Until next time, stay safe and stay spooky.